Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's going on, everybody? It looks like my camera doesn't want to display. Isn't that fascinating? Hopefully we're doing all right, though. Hopefully we are all doing all right. We can go and figure out what's going on here. There you go. How are we doing, everybody? Hopefully we're all doing well. Let me just make a quick adjustment here. There we go. There. Now we're looking fresh, chat. Now we're looking fresh. How are we doing on this fine Saturday? It is Saturday, July 30th, 2022. How are we all doing? Hopefully you're all having a good weekend so far, and if you aren't, hopefully we can all make it a little bit better by mulling over some of the mistakes that we're probably going to end up making when we're coding today. Woo! I am also not used to me streaming this early either, but this is kind of the new routine that I want to be in anyway. So I will update my schedule as such, but it gives me more options at night on Saturday. In any case, boy, oh boy, do we have some plans for us today. We're going to be revisiting the JSON API project. We're going to be taking a look at a Blazor WebAssembly project, and we're also probably going to try and take a look at this new software called OpenDental to try and see if we can build a good interface for it, at least on the API side of things. Now, of course, we'll go and see how this all works out and see what we can fit in. Today, we are not going to be doing as long of a stream as I would normally like to do on a Saturday, but we'll see what else is going on. Also, Vampire, I hope you're doing well. As you can see, in some areas behind me, and of course in some areas in front of me, I am in the process of moving. So there's going to be a relative inconsistency within our schedules, trying to get things to continue to work at such a pace. But we'll go and see just how this pans out for us in the future. The Omen is still going strong. We have over 786 downloads on our NuGet packages, which is huge to me. Thank you so much for that support. That is a big deal. And I can't honestly thank you enough for your support with me throughout the development on that. That is huge. And of course, the streams for this week will be relatively infrequent. We do have some stuff that is going to be going on. Some stuff I can reveal, some stuff I can't. You might have noticed that my overlays have slightly changed, but that's because I instead of streaming last night, I spent pretty much most of it with some friends on call and went through and tried and adjust some of it. So hopefully the new overlays look a little bit more, well, I'd hesitate to say polished, but certainly a little bit more current with the Alu the Crow branding instead of the Alucard MG36. So you might also note that we're going to probably be dropping that previous introduction as well. Because now we will just be the Crow. So, chat, I am beyond excited to start working. So, 10 minutes into the stream, maybe we should talk about some things. For example, part of the purpose of these streams, part of what I do here as a developer is I'm trying to make code more accessible to people. That is my job, that is my passion, that is my goal as not only a software engineer, but also as a potential educator in software engineering as well. So if you ever have any questions about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, or, you know, my rationale for behind doing something, please feel free to stop and ask me. I will do my best to answer it to the best of my ability. And hopefully in a way that's easy for people to understand and not condescending. Keo, what's going on? Thank you for the retweet. So, Caden, what's up? So that's kind of my spiel there, because to me, the more people that we can get interested, or at least in the investment of software development and software engineering, the better, more accessible, and the more global our particular sets of problems can become. And of course, with this inevitability comes better accessibility when it comes to, for example, disorders, learning, reading, seeing, hearing, etc., but also cultural bounds and just reaching across to other people that we may not have experience dealing with, but are important and oftentimes not represented at all in the particular software we create. So part of my goal here, and hopefully part of the goal of a lot of software streamers, is to help bring software as a more accessible and extensible platform to people. That's kind of my goal. And again, you can always ask any question about what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, how I got started doing this, and what drives me to do it. I will be more than happy to answer that. There are some personal questions that I will let you know that I won't answer, but there are other questions that I, of course, will be more than happy to answer. You can put it in the vent room if you want because it's a bad update on your situation. Oh no, Q, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you can always put it in the vent room. That's what it's for. Also, chat, something else to keep in mind. You might notice that our chat interface looks a little different from what I was doing before. Of course, we are still using the BetterTTV chat extension, but instead I've provided my own custom formatting via Bootstrap CSS because I'm very simple when it comes to CSS. I'll be honest with you. I'm not that good at it. So we'll be learning alongside that. But anyway, part of what we're going to be doing today and trying to get back on track with this is we are going to be, of course, not necessarily starting a new project, but polishing off some of our other projects, hopefully getting things into this state where we can actually say, yes, this is a solid update, this is a solid release, and we can feel proud. Because at the end of the day, before we get into the open dental stuff, if we get into that today, we might have to put that off until tomorrow or Monday. But if we get into that, we want to be able to have a list of accomplishments under our belts to say, hey, we've done it. So, with that in mind, with all of that stated, I'd really like to shout. Let's get on into it. Minori, what's going on? How are we doing? So without much further to go off of, let's launch right into... Is your time fucked up? No. Oh man, I am going to lose this sponsorship so fast. It's all good. All right, so let's go and check out Nougat. It's gonna need a hug room. I will send you hugs either way. Theo. Also, Caden, are you back? Because if you're back, you can get a shout out to Keo and Minori, please. But yeah, chat, 786 total downloads of our packages. Let's go, baby, with the Omenden shared library itself at 564 downloads. Let's go, Pog. Next thing that we want to do is we want to get this JSON API library out of here. So, also, of course, we do have GitHub, the Omenden. Caden, can we get a shout out to Minori and Keo, please? All right, let's go right on into a little bit of electronic stuff. Thank you for shouting them out. Let's go. All right, chat. So, what you might not remember and what you might remember about this particular library here, right, is that we were implementing the JSON API standard. And part of the JSON API standard is the way that we construct models that are supposed to be serialized into JSON and how they're supposed to be deserialized easily, right? So with this here, with this understanding, we've accomplished a very simple implementation here. I'm not going to say we've accomplished anything relatively complex, but we've made sure that at the very least, we have our particular implement Caden. Caden, thank you for the host. Appreciate it. And there's a shout out for you as well. But what we've made sure to do, and a big thing that we've done here, is we have made absolutely sure that we will have data, links, attributes, as well as a few other properties here. Why did you time out Minori, Lucy? And hey, we got the new overlays up. That we do. That we do indeed. What's up, Lucy? How are we doing? There we go. And you even gave Minori the 68-second timeout. Oh, man. So, you didn't get 69, you got 68'd. Thank you for shouting out Lucy as well. If you haven't given Lucy, Kyo, or Minori a follow yet, what are you doing? Go and give them a follow. All three of them are wonderful individuals, great up-and-coming content creators, as well as just content creators in general. They provide a lot of good entertainment. Highly recommend you go and follow them, and they're excellent friends to have. So, chat, here is a big deal, right? No, you cannot. So, chat, part of this library, part of the idea here is that we're supporting the latest upcoming standard of the JSON API implementation, right? So, with that in mind, and part of what the JSON API standard stands for is that there is no removal of features, they only add, okay? So what we have to do is we have to make sure that for every instance that we create here, that our particular implementation makes sure to do this as well. I'm vibing, you know, just hanging out, enjoying some time. You provide me with Ning Wang, you mean? Oh. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. M'lady. Ning Wang. Like, we're just here, you know? And damn. You could just go and find me, m'lady, any day of the week. You know what I'm saying? Like, phew. Chat. I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand. Like, let's be real. Let's be a little sultry here, all right? Let's go and tone this down a little bit before we get into any coding. But from now on, I think what we'll do is we'll probably go and rename all of our new projects to be theomenden.ladyningwong. Hey, yo. No, but for real. Let's go and check this out because we want to keep this energy here, right? So we are using this particular testing minimal API project, right, to go and test this project here, which goes to show you how we would actually m'lady head ass, right? But this right here is the coolest thing because we have it enabled to go and create a builder from data with links. We can add our links, we can add related data, we can add relationships, we can tell it to include data, we can tell it not to include data, we can tell it to just build the model, and we can also tell it the shape and form of the particular view model that we want to include here. And this is a big deal. This is how we actually get further into our projects. Now, the next thing that we want to do here, chat, the next thing that we want to make sure that we do is we want to take a look at our links and we want to refine them a little bit, right? Because the way we're adding them is kind of it doesn't really work out to our particular standards, right? So you're so used to seeing my stream after the sunset, right? So here's the thing. From now on, what I want to do is I want to start streaming during the day on Saturdays and Sundays. because it gives me a little bit more time, right? It allows me to have a little bit more freedom on the weekend. Vampire, have a good lurk. And I'm also, there are 3 times a day that I'm incredibly energetic, all right? Number 1, sometime in the mid-afternoon for who knows what reason. Number 2, when I'm supposed to be passed out, probably around, just after dinner. And number 3, at the ungodly hour of 4 in the morning, all right? Any other time, you ain't getting me energized. Did I get any sleep? I don't see how that's relevant. I don't see why I need to answer that question. That's a question I don't actually need to answer, Caden. That's a hostile question. I request to treat the witness as hostile. All right, so next thing, chat. Your stunned silence isn't... What do you mean you're concerned? Why are we concerned here? Equals view model collection builder of test class. Create builder from... And then create list of VM. Right. There we go. Now, how cool is that, chat? .iViewModel. Oh, this is where we started dealing with some issues. You did introduce the Pirate Captain, but Allie's just Baishi in crow form. Hey, listen. Listen, it's fine. I can do as I please. I can do what I want, right? There we go. Check that out, chat. Woohoo! 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 Let's go. Cannot convert from to string. All right, that's fine. Anyway, so chat, this minimal API, and he wants Ning, Badoon gonna listen. I can do both. And there you go. There's the data. Now, you might notice something here, chat. You might notice a little itsy-bitsy detail that doesn't make a whole lot of sense here. And that is going to be, of course, why is this called sync root and not what we actually want it to be called? Seems a little strange, but whatever. The point is, chat, is that we got it to build, we got it to work the way we wanted it to work. We have experimental features the way that we need them to work. Now, what we need to do is actually put this into practice. And that is a big deal. That is going to be something that we actually have to go and research. Just like you can go and research HelloFresh by using my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. Exclamation point HelloFresh in chat to bring that up. But anyway, coming back to this. Wow, I feel like a real YouTuber now, don't I? Let's go and see. Did we make this? Nice, we didn't. Perfect. I kind of don't want to make it. That requires a lot of pressure. And I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of pressure. You know what I'm saying? Like, god damn. Profile example. And atomic operations. What is this? Atomic operations. This extension provides a means to perform multiple operations in a linear and atomic matter. Okay, so one of the other things that we might want to do is consider this concept of using atomic options behind our JSON API implementation. And so by doing it in this fashion, that means that we can now essentially just say, hey, this is all going to be contained in one operation, right? So that's going to be something that we probably want to explore. So if we go and we take a look at atomic : operations, You'll notice that there's an operation here that's defined, the actual link to do it for, and then the data that comes through to do it under, right? So this is going to be something that we might want to explore in our particular implementation. So what we're going to do is we're going to come into our JSON API and get rect Minori. Oh no. Hey bot, chill out. And what we're going to do here is we're going to define a new folder. And we're just going to call this atomic. Because why not? And we need to actually go through and define what it means to be atomic here, right? Because part of the idea here, part of the operations that we're going to be looking for is, of course, going to be some sort of enumeration. So we'll just do operation types. Right? And so this will, of course, include, let's see here. This will implement enumeration base. And this will come from the shared project. So that means that this will indeed have a new dependency. Or we could just define it as a standard enum and avoid the dependency. I think defining it as a standard enum should suffice here. So we'll do internal enum operation types. And we'll just go and define add, update, delete, and get. Maybe it's just add, update, and delete. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's just results. Okay, has a URI. Sure. Atomic operations, atomic results. Right. Add, update, and remove. Cool. So we'll just go and define this. Represents the operations that can take place in an atomic standard. Adds or represents an adding operation. Represents an updating operation. And represents a removal operation. Right, and these I think we can actually change to value. They're under enums, so that should be fine. Cool. Nice. So that's good news. All right. So add, update, remove. Let's go and see what else we can do here. Because this is actually going to take a slightly different form as well, right? So it is, of course, going to create a data object, and the data object is also going to have a meta object in the results. But one of the things that we have to consider here, right, is going to be the end-all shape. And the shape is, of course, going to come through with the atomic operations here. Now, thankfully, we only have to define what this will look like, right? We don't have to define anything else to it. Which is pretty nice. So let's go and do this. And let's go and create an interface. And we'll just call this iAtomic. And you know what? We'll make it a public interface. And we'll just say marks an atomic operation for a JSON API implementation. Good enough. Cool. All right, and then we'll do, of course, public interface atomic of t. Inherit doc I atomic over a specified. We type that the atomic operation will occur under. And in here, we'll do operation types. Inconsistent accessibility. So we'll just come over here. Make that public. That's fine. Cool. The type of operation. Okay, that'll be fine. Now, here's the other thing, though, right, chat? Is that this is actually going to occur under this. So, perhaps one of the things that we need to consider here is that this will always be in some sort of collective view model, right? The operation must include an opcode of update. Now, of course, there is the advantage of using the enumeration-based type in the sense that we would get the smart enum and we could just do it in such a fashion that we would have essentially just a why do my hands hurt real bad? Anyway, let's go and just define this t data get here, we'll just define these as enumerables instead, and that's fine. And we'll give this a JSON property name of type op. A JSON property name of links. And a JSON property name of type errors. Okay. And this will be a JSON property name of type data. And instead of this will be a data of type data. Cool. So that works out. So atomic rep. Oh, looks like we only need the string href. I would have thought it would have contained. So let's see here. An object may contain the following, either of the following numbers, but not both, to specify the target of the operation. Ref or href? Sure. So instead of this, what we would have, we would have a string href And JSON property name. href. Sure. That makes sense. And then JSON property name. Ref. And this would be a ref object, right? An object that must contain one of the following members: ID, LID, ID and relationship, LID and relationship. Okay, so let's go and check this out. All right, and what we'll do here is we'll create a new iref interface. All right, public interface. And this will have, what is it that this must have? This must have sent with this extension must be issued with post, right? So this must have a type and ID. Okay, so this will take in an entity ID. So maybe what we want to do here is create a public static entity ID of type T, create T, return new. Okay, cool. And then here, what we'll have is, well, that contains everything. So that should be fine. So then we'll do public interface iref of type T, iref, inherent doc, cref, iref, marker interface for compliance to be a reference for JSON API. Atomic standard. The identification information. Right on. The underlying type that we're referencing. All right, nice. Got that. So then we come back over here. This would be a iref. There we go. So that works. All right, we're good there. So that makes a whole lot of sense. That's fine. Okay. So now the next thing that we need to do is we have to figure out how this actually will fit in, right? And that's going to be the other thing. Castiel, what's going on? So we have iatomic, right? And we have iatomic here. But I think the other thing that we're missing is probably going to be public interface iatomic result. And this will, of course, implement iatomic. And this will implement iatomic. All right. And actually, an operation result may contain the following: data and meta. An empty result object literally got back from COVID testing. Hopefully you tested negative. That are not required to return data. Okay. So here, this is what we'll do. We'll do iatomic, right? And then we'll define another one, and we'll call this iatomic results. This one marker interface for atomic results that don't require any return values. All right. Public interface iatomic result of t. And this will take in a public data of t results and a, what will this have? A meta. And this will implement iatomic results. So that's fine. The results of the operation. You'll be back? All right, Lucy. Have a good drive home. Drive safe. The metadata involved in the operation. Not C. We want to do inherent doc, cref. No. For atomic operations. And actually, we should probably just do operation types that require return values. For return values of just kidding. There we go. God damn it. Nice. Thanks for retweeting the stream. All right, so we got that. That's pretty nifty. So now we have the iatomic result, and we have the iref, and we have iatomic. Perfect. You just found a terrifying meme? Oh boy. I'm hesitant to see what it is. It's in the server? All right, I'll have to check that out in a bit. All right, chat. So now we have these here, right? So the next thing that we have to do is, if you remember, right, we came through on the resources section, right? So now we're going to do atomic operation cannot set ref. Ref cannot be set if href is not null. atomic operation cannot set href. Href cannot be set if ref is not. And chat, as a reminder, while we're talking about setting and unsetting things here, you can always use code POGSE13778 to get up the use code. Sorry, messed this up. Use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. There you go. That's it. That's the whole CTA. All right, so now that we have this, okay, we got that there. The next thing that we want to do is we want to go and define how this is actually going to be returned, right? So one of the things that we need to do, the server must perform operations in the order they appear in the atomic operations array. Okay, that is important, right? So these have to be applied in order. Okay, 2. A server must respond to successful with a 200 OK if a response document is returned. Otherwise, whatever. No content, 204. A server must perform all operations atomically so that a failure to perform any operation must invalidate any effects of preceding operations, right? So this is almost a transactional-based operation. Anyway, an array of one or more error objects should be returned, but notice, not must, just should. The server must respond with a 400 bad request or a more appropriate error response, e.g. 409 conflict or 422 unprocessable entity, and should include a document with a top-level errors member that contains one or more error objects that provide further details. That's also important as well. So this is kind of the idea here, right? And so eventually what we want is we want to go and get this. So I'm thinking that may be what we want to do. And I'm wondering if this is something that we can do, right? Is, how does JSON property name actually work? How does this actually work, chat? Number handling, include, ignore. Name. So can I do something like that? Can I tell it to have a multi-part name? JSON property name multi-part. Atomic : operations. That's how it must be defined, right? An array of one or more operations objects. So, an array of one or more results may include either of the following members, but not both. A document that supports this extension may include any of the top-level members allowed by the base specification, with the exception of data and included, which must not be included. Okay. So that's something to also keep in mind too, chat, is that this comes with a set of rules, right? Let's think about this for a moment. Let's think about this for a little bit here. One of the things that we're trying to do here, right, is we're trying to roll it all up into one nicely deliverable package, but something that we might not understand yet is that maybe this should be in its own separate thing, right? I'm not one to, encourage more and more NuGet packages because variety here. I'm trying to define such a fashion where we can actually go through and say, okay, maybe one of the things that we can do here is we can actually say, all right, so here's the main library, right? One, the main library functionality is, of course, going to be just the JSON API-based standard. But here is an extension as well that you can install that will include both the base and the particular operations, right? So maybe one of the things that we need to consider here is that it should fall under its own separate project. There are no profiles at this time. Profile example? What? Something is, you may... Oh. Well, maybe that is something to consider, chat, is to use the atomic extension. And then that'll be it for us. Go and check out recommendations. Asynchronous processing. Yeah, this is going to be the one. Consider a situation where you need to create a resource and the operation takes a long time to complete. The request should return a status of 202 accepted with a link in the content location header. So that's going to be something else that we need to actually go through and figure out is how do we actually apply these headers as well, right? And we should also go through and take a look at our particular applications that involve the asynchronous stream, because that is something that we have explicitly defined as a goal here, right? We have defined this idea of a view model stream collection. And we've exposed the async enumerable to return each individual view model as it comes in. This is a big deal because of the fact that we want to make sure that this is something that we can actually do. Now, one of the big things with our particular operation here and our atomic operations is that we need to have a very well-rounded and rigid implementation. So that'll be something that we try and work on here. I'm thinking, and this is going to be something a little silly, is that, yeah, we are going to need a new project for this. And we'll just call it the omen.share.jsonapi.atomic. All right. So that'll be my concession today, unfortunately. But once this extension is done, then we win, right? And that's a pretty good deal. I like winning. So this really shouldn't depend on too many projects, if any. Go and get rid of this. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go and reference the shared project. Our implementation. You can see we don't really need any of that, so that's fine. Probably should have done the omen.shared.enumerations. And then have all of these just be here, you know? Whatever. 6 in one, half a dozen in the other. Yeah, we are going to take an ad break in about a minute, of which I'm actually probably going to run to the bathroom, and then we'll pick up from there. But before we go and do that, let's go grab these ideas here. And let's go and put them in here. You know what? Fine. We'll just go and re-add them. Anyway, chat, I will see you in just a little bit. We're going to take an ad break, and then we'll be right back. All right, chat, I am back. But before we go any further, what we're going to do, we're going to go through HelloFresh. We're going to walk through and show you how easy it is to actually order through here. All right. Don't really need any of this, but what you can do is you can actually go through, right? You can go and take a look, view their plans. You can go and select your own things. I know I've done this a couple of times now. You can go through and they'll give you a suggestion based off of your preferences. You can select the plan here and you can go through and fill in everything that you might want to do to go and order. Me personally, just continue. All right. And you can go through and go and order a whole bunch of stuff. So it's actually pretty cool. And you can see I can go and reactivate, and this is where you'd enter your promo code. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's how you order through HelloFresh. Anyway, I do recommend it because it is easier than going to the grocery store, and the meals actually come out nicely, and they give you little recipe cards that actually work out pretty well at the end of the day. with the proportions and things like that on there, and it's a pretty healthy service. So yeah, go give HelloFresh a checkout, and you can also use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. All right, so now that we're coming back to here, so we've already set these in our reference files here, right? But part of the issue is, well, one, we're gonna go and remove this resource. But what we're running into is more of a philosophical divide, right? And this is something that you'll see me try and conquer more earnestly every time. Is that we are dealing with this idea that maybe it's better to have this as an offshoot of the main product rather than be the product itself. And the reason why I'm saying this, of course, is because, well, that's how it's defined in the specification. The specification says, hey, this is an extension, and it's a true extension. This is everything else that you've done before is valid. This is just another layer on top of that, right? This is a superset. So that's something to keep in mind as we go along and define it. Let's go add another resource. I'm going to make this public. And essentially, all we're going to do is we're just going to say, cannot add href if ref is set. Cannot add href if ref is not null. All right, very similar. Well, maybe we can be a little bit more clean. Cannot add an href if the ref property is not null. Then same thing, but in reverse. Cannot add ref if href. Cannot add a ref property if the href property is not null. Okay? Pretty simple, pretty easy to work with. It makes a whole lot of sense, doesn't it? All right. And so we got that. Next thing that we're probably going to want to do, come back over here, grab these, paste them over here. And then what we'll do here is we'll sync the namespaces, say okay. Perfect. Add those. Nice. And we'll extract these to global using. That should be. There we go. Perfect. Nice and easy, chat. So now we have a global usings file that's been created. So there we go. And then the next thing that we can do here to keep up with this particular pattern is probably go and define some source generators. But we'll have to see how this actually plays out, right? Or how it actually pans out. Because here's the other thing with this, right? Being an extension, being simply a superset of policies, everything underneath this has to be valid. Right? So everything that we do underneath this whole idea has to be continuously valid. That means that we cannot regress. We cannot go backwards. So we have to figure out exactly how does this actually work. So an operation object must contain the following member: op. Okay. An operation may contain any of the following members: data or meta. We're providing both data and meta. href, a string that contains a URI reference that identifies the target of the operation. Yep. So we need to also go and figure out other things here. For example, how to actually specify this stuff. Because once you start implementing a standard, you know, people expect it just to be ready to go, ready to work. And without being able to do that, what have we defined? Well, we've defined a rock. I don't like defining rocks. I'm just going to delete that. And this should be fine to run as is. We build it. Should be good to go. Haven't broken anything there. Let's see here. Dependencies, packages. Yep, we contain the shared library here. And this is fine. So now that we have this, I'm wondering, where else should we go from here? Because this isn't going to be that particularly challenging, except on more of the architectural side of things, right? So that is something that I need to work out in my head for how we're actually going to approach this. But this will be a particularly important set of work here. So, the operation must include an opcode of add. Must contain at least a type member. That's true. Updating must include an update. And it can target either the ref or href. So we're going to have to essentially define an atomic model, right? So what we could do, I'm just going to define this as atomic. And we'll do atomic of t. And this will implement I atomic of t. And sure, we'll make it a reference type. All right. We'll do a region here. Ensuring methods. Private void ensure href is null. Private void ensure ref is null. All right, and let's go and check out how we did this in a view model. Let's come back here. Let's go and take a look. Or, well, really, it should be ensure data has not been sent. So we can do ensure href has not been sent. Ensure ref has not been sent. If string dot is null or white space, href. And then what is it? Is it a invalid operation exception? Yeah, it is. Okay. So we can do this. We'll import that. And cannot add ref if href is sent. And then if string dot is null or white space. Ref. Throw new invalid. Oh wait. If ref is not null, resource cannot add href if ref is set. Okay, that's all fine and dandy. All right, and then we'll do private string href get. Just kidding. Private ref. Actually, we'll go and define what a ref is in just a moment. Right here. Href. Okay. Ensure ref has not been set. Ref equals value. Private void set ref iref value. Ensure href has not been set. Ref equals value. Nice. Okay, so we got that. Private iref ref. Okay. So that's good. Get ref. That LMAO, you were thinking that that was your Discord? I don't know what just happened in this Discord. Okay, so we got that. That's all fine and dandy. So that checks. Now I'm guessing, what is the next thing that we need to do here? Also, why am I so tired now? God damn it. Okay. Whoops. Let's go and check this out. So here's the other thing too, right? Is that we need to understand how this is actually going to work out. And how we're actually going to be sending data across the void. Because that's going to make more sense at the end of the day when we actually want things to work out in our favor. Because part of the issue here, part of what we're seeing here, chat, is that these are sequential one-off operations. So how do we actually make sure they are correctly implicated or implemented? Right? You see how there's an add, and these are over what we would have be our view models. Well, it's important to recognize that you need to process these in essentially a top-down order. And, of course, the advantage to this is that we can get multiple responses in one particular object, thus making sure that it's still a simple and essentially a transactional operation. So that helps out significantly. Man, feels good. Chad, have you stretched today? Have you been moving? Music that moves you, music that grooves you. Close your eyes now and let it through you. I've been trying to do that all day. It's keep trying to move, because the more I move, right, the easier it is to actually get stuff out of my house. So this will be a very amateurish implementation here, but I'm thinking you're still in bed, flaw of working third shift, fair enough. Do be like that. You have stretched? Oh, good. Stretching is good. So let's see. What is something that we can actually get across here? Something that brings a little bit more to the table, gives this package a little bit of our own personal spin, right? Because obviously it's not just the operation types, and it's not just the actual handling of atomic side of things, right? We have to, absolutely have to, keep in mind the preciousness of handling things atomically and handling things in a more sequential, transactional-based effort. So I think that is to say that one of our particular drawbacks here is not really having a forward-thinking use case for an action like this yet. But at the end of the day, I do think that having these down will help instrumentally. And of course, the other thing is, right, is that we have our particular results. And our results are very bland objects, just marker interfaces, but they do provide a certain level of constraint and implementation that we're going to actually need to work with. So then perhaps we're on the right track, right? The underlying resulting type. We'll do remarks, endpoints that return this must return a result of system.net.http status code.no content. Nice. And then here we can do something similar. Here's the other thing too, chat, is that what we're defining a status code of or nice. Okay, that makes sense. Look at how pretty that IntelliSense is too. Starting to get a headache. Rip. Oh, I feel for you, Caden. I need to drink more water and eat more today. Gotta stay healthy and full. Oh yeah, let me get my hand up here. There we go. All right, so we got that there. That works out quite well. That works out nicely. You've been hydrating? Well, that's good news. So I think... Let's come back over here. Go up, href, ref, errors. Might not need the errors object. And the only reason why I'm saying that... Well, no, we do, because we need to... Well, that's on the view model anyway, right? Instead of being data of t, we could do view model of t. Well, maybe, because... I don't know. I don't really think it requires a whole JSON document / view model to be built, but maybe it does. Maybe that makes sense. Lizzie! Let's see what's going on. How was your drive? Hopefully it was good. This will be something to consider farther down in the pipeline. You're home and you have dinner? Nice. The reference object itself. Yeah, it was fine. Nice. The reference object itself contains an ID, a local ID, and a type, right? There it is. Yeah, type ID and relationship. Oh. That's cool. Type, relationship. Nope, not a capital S. There we go. Nifty. Cool. So that works. And then... Well, that's just ID, right? That's not a LID. No, that's fine. Don't really need an LID at this point. Although, it must define one of the following, right? Must contain one of the following conventions. Got it. Okay. That makes sense to me. So that's all good. Okay, so... Sorry, I had to think about this for a little bit. I think we got most of the groundwork done here, chat. That's kind of a big deal. So now the rest of this is going to be defining implementations and how it's actually used throughout applications, right? So... God damn it. Why am I yawning? All right, so I'm wondering if for this one, what we want to do is, do we want to make sure that there is a builder involved? Do we want to make sure that there are generators involved? Right? So maybe we can do a source generator. Generators, and then we would do... not that. JSON. I wish Espresso didn't put me to sleep. I could use a bunch of it right now. Let's see here. Ref generator context. JSON serializer context. Lucy is amazing. Public serial class? Public partial class? Question mark? JSON source generation options. JSON serializable. Cool. Generator. There we go. Cool. Chicken and bacon pizza. That sounds delicious. What's in here? Dang it. System.text system text JSON All right, let's go and extract this. Cool. All right, that works. Nice. That's good news. What is it? Name case policy. Right indented equals true. JSON ignore. When writing null. Cool. Oh yeah, street mode. What the hell is that setting? God damn it. Why am I forgetting so much? There it is. Wolf, what's going on? How are you doing? Okay, so we got that. I'm vibing, you know, just hanging out. Just vibing. Hanging out this early Sunday day. Creating some JSON source generators for a hopeful new expansion on my library. We'll see, though. Did I say Saturday? Or did I say Sunday? Yes, I do mean Saturday. My tiredness might be getting ahead of me, and I don't know why I'm so tired right now. I'm vibing. I did say Sunday. Yeah, it sounds about right for me. Maybe that's what I should do, is I should go run and grab a snack. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Think I should get a snack? I'm leaving it up to y'all. I'm gonna get a snack. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Run a short ad break, grab some sort of snack with a high amount of caffeine in it. Nah. Snack does sound good. Don't you have pizza? Ooh, I could actually go and prep the oven and make pizza. Have myself a pepperoni pizza. Ref generator. Comic generator. For me, yes. I know, kind of hard to believe, isn't it? While you do, then you'll nom on your chili, Borgor, and pretzel sticks. Oh, man. Okay, let's talk about having energy come back. As soon as we start talking about food, I am awake. Alive, awake, alert, and enthusiastic. Let's go, baby. Ain't that something? Listen, man, I could talk about food all day long. I love food. I love food, chat. I could go... I'm like Jughead P. Jones when it comes to food, man. I could talk about food all day long. And you know what? Who knew that talks about food would perk a person up? They always do, man. They always do. They always get me in that weird, weird way, you know? Where I'm just like, food. Let's go, baby. But that's, listen, most other conversations don't rile me up, but you want to talk about stuff that does? Food does. And seriously, I could chat for days. Days, I tell you, on the type of food that I love to enjoy and the type of food that I love to eat and the type of food that I love to cook. Some of my favorite meals have actually come from HelloFresh, but we don't have to go into that right now. We can actually just talk about the fact that one of the big things that I love cooking, oh man. Chad, I'll let you take a guess. Yeah, what's your favorite meal to cook? What's your go-to food when you're having a good day? What's your go-to food when you're having a bad day? Do we know? Do we have any ideas? My go-to meal when I'm having a good day is mokoto, which is a Brazilian stew. I will usually make biscuits and gravy or chicken and dumplings. Those are your go-tos. Oh, nice. I mean, obviously, you know my other go-to is OJ and cereal, but we don't have to talk about that right now because I know y'all are going to just poop on me for it. So, you know. Oh, are my captions actually off? Oh, that's not good. Hello? Hello? Cool. All right. I'm so sorry, chat. It's a good thing I have a double source of captions here. But, so again, coming back to this idea, I love the idea of accessibility and putting accessibility first before anything else, right? So I apologize for not having my captions available under the direct stream from Stream Elements. So now that they're here, and of course they are available on the exceptions extension, or not exceptions, on the captions extension. You should be able to go and get them reliably now. I don't know how well they are translated, but, you know, there are many different fonts and many different availabilities for it. So that'll be cool for y'all. Hopefully that helps in terms of accessibility, because, again, to me, I don't like having ableism guide my software development, let alone my content. So I do my best to try and make sure everything is as accessible as I can think of to possibly make it. One of the other things that we are doing here, in case you're just joining in and you need a little bit of a touch-up, is that we are... Don't listen to the bot. I killed your axolotl. That's not true. Look, the bot says so. What's going on, Stacy? How are we doing? Caden, can we get a shout-out? Or, Lucy, can we get a shout-out to Hufflepugs, please? Am good, working your butt off. Oh boy. No shout out, you don't even stream? It's alright. You have art. I'll get your card info up. Louvy. Chat, for those of you who don't know, if you go and take a look at my stream offline card, or my old cat cam, those are done by the wonderful and amazing Hufflepugs. And if you go and you take a look at the emotes for various channels around here, for example, a mutual friend streamer that is in my auto host list. Stacy did all the emotes for them. So highly recommend you go and check her out. She does amazing, amazing work and is just an overall fantastic person. You're just jealous of the love Lucy and you share, you know? You know? I just might be. I just might be. Don't worry, Stacy, as bonk self. Oh, poor you. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. This shouldn't have. Would you be you if you came in and were nice? No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Why am I putting the constructor first? What is this? C++? Get out of here. No, we put our private properties first. Private. Operation type. Operation type. Operation? Wait, did I? Oh my god. I can't believe I did this. Imagine not being able to spell. Couldn't be me. Sits in corner munching on food. Great seating in view. Lol. In here, Wolflink. Au pair. Like what I had when I was a child. Called her my sister, though. We don't have to go into that. Au pair. Oh wait, that's a potato. Yeah, that's a potato kid. There we go. Oh pair, wherefore art thou pair? Give you 5 minutes, you have a pair. Did you say stepsis? That's a different type of party. What? Stacy! No. No, I did not. Can I do nullable disable? Good enough for government work. This string is null or white space. If it's not null or white space, we're good. Gonna have to bop you from Claire's good Christian server. You know, I'm still amazed she made me a mod. Honestly. I don't understand what I did. Get only property data is never assigned. I mean, rude. Wait, you're the one who told me to apply. Hold on. Hold on. You're also one of the ones who picked. Fair enough. Fair enough. Claire just got told to add people. There we go. That'll work. All right. So we got that. We got that. That's fine. So that'll do. I know I could convert it to an auto property, but I don't really want to. And the other thing that I want to do is I want to eventually set this up so that way we could have a builder. The story of how Andy got a sword, inside manipulation of the system. Listen, there wasn't a conflict of interest, I swear. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You know, we don't need to, you know, y'all don't need to, I don't need to see how the sausage was made. You know what I'm saying? Like we can just go on good faith here, you know? We can just kind of come to an understanding. I spoke in your chat. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That sounds a little reductive, if you ask me. You know, that sounds a little reductive. You know, that sounds. Just because you look like Miranda Man. Wow. It's just a simple story. Uh-huh. Yeah. So we got that there. There we go. More detailed is that I'm your lewd crow. All right. I accept that. That's for dang sure. Eesh. Of course I admit. A lewd card. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I admit it. Why wouldn't I admit it, Stacy? Ludus Curl on Twitch. Let's go. Region the Omen Den using. Did you see on Twitter, by the way? What's going on Twitter? There we go. New DMCA free music streaming service coming for streams. Pog. Queer-owned boosting queer artists. Yo, that's cool. Love that idea. Speaking of queer chat, you know, we are still supporting Mermaids. Mermaids being a charity dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth in the United Kingdom. Highly recommend you go and check them out whenever you can. Exclamation point charity in the chat. We're also supporting Girls Who Code. Girls Who Code is a charity. I believe it's a worldwide charity, but it's dedicated to getting more people into software. So they asked you to be an ambassador? Hey, that's what's up. Let's go. That's awesome, Stacy. Actually, we don't want this to return an errors object, do we? Me, a cis straight girl. I will be the Valentina ally. Fair. Watching the whole thing from afar. I get you. All right, we'll get rid of that. That's fine. It's fine. You're zesty and outspoken. Yeah, you are definitely zesty. That's for dang sure. Zesty. I'm just ace. Pan-romantic ace. I can fall in love with anybody. Get rid of the generic type restriction because that's actually kind of dumb. That's fine. We're good there. We have that. Can I do this? No, I cannot. You are simply picky. Fair enough. So let's go and define. To be honest, you're probably omni-romantic, but it's easier for people to understand by. Fair enough. Let's see here. Atomic collection. So we'll do this as a public sealed. And this will take in. You only dated one person before your current boyfriend and never had crushes because high school people are dumb. Fair enough. Wait. I have many crushes. I am a hopeless romantic. And frankly, gross and horny. Yeah. View model of type a collection of type atomic. Okay. That's fine. So I think that should work, right, chat? You only had one legit crush in high school, and the rest were me wanting to look like the guys. Summers, what's going on? Happy belated birthday, Summers. Can we get a shout out to Summers Tiger, please? You only had one legit crush in high school, and the rest were me wanting to look like guys, but autistic social anxiety and heteronormativity tricked you into thinking you actually had crushes on them. Fair enough. I mean, adults are also gross and horny, but don't have the excuse of new hormones. True. Not normally. Hey, yo. Let's go. Okay, cool. When I did the view model collection over here, how did I... Also, would it be better just to directly inherit from this? You are nothing if not brutally honest. Fair enough. Okay, I did do IEnumerable. Humans are just generally messy and complicated, and you're an extremely messy human. Ask Andy. I rip into him all the time. Fish molly, fish molly, fish molly, fish molly, fish molly, fish molly. Wait. Came into an interesting convo. Trust me. It only gets better. View model collection of type atomic. Okay, what if we do that? Get rid of that. And we get rid of that. Oh, it's interesting, all right. Right? You always cause chaos, it's fine. Yo. Stacy, out of those of us who have caused more chaos in each other's chat, where are we at? I'm pretty sure I'm still up by one. A collection of atomic operations. Oh, an ad break in 60 seconds. Okay, before we go to the ad break, chat, one more time I want to mention that you can use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. I mean, I'm in yours more regularly because I specifically pick when you sleep. I don't sleep. That's the thing. I don't sleep. Stacy, please. Yeah, we're going to take a break, and I will see you in about 90 seconds. Get up, stretch, and for those of you who are staying with me, we're just going to continue vibing here. Probably go into this screen, actually. Hey, there we go. And we'll just hang out before we return to coding. You don't sleep, you pass out. I mean, it's true, I do pass out more often than I actually sleep. So, it's probably what I'm going to do after stream today, honestly. I'm not entirely sure, though. But yeah, chat. So, I don't know, it's actually pretty fun, pretty entertaining getting through this particular extension on the JSON API types. It is probably going to be much needed here. But we'll see how it goes throughout this whole idea. Because part of the idea with doing atomic operations is making sure that they're relatively safe across asynchronous spaces, but also just making sure that when we actually go through and plow through atomic operations, we can do them in sequence. And if anything happens in a later step, we can undo changes in an earlier step. And that is going to be instrumental when we actually start getting into more and more complex systems of events and decoupling more of our complicated systems, right? So when we do things like event sourcing and we do things like just event manipulation, one of the things that we're going to have to check out and see is just how can we go through our particular set of events, replay them, and check for errors without actually committing early and committing often to them. So that's going to be something, again, that we want to check out on. Okay, so maybe that'll work a little bit better. Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of the idea. The other side to this is, of course, do we really need to define an extension over the JSON API standard? And probably not. So we'll have to go and see if that works out. So, oh, you have a new favorite topic to bring up to anyone? Whoever says you periods are gross when they ask you what's wrong and you say cramps? Oh boy. I don't know, bodily functions are never gross and they should be normalized to be talked about because, you know, people go through them. But yeah, chat. So we are, of course, continuing to define and refine our workings here when it comes to implementing our own libraries and just trying to not only set ourselves apart, but also try and make things better. Period poops is a topic makes it so much worse for them, and you are overjoyed by that. Oh, no. I feel for you on that, though. But yeah, that's kind of the idea here. Also, we are back from the ad break. So if you are just joining us, what we're doing right now is we are defining. You finally figured out and set up new Primogems codes autoclaimer. Nice. Nice work, Minori. It took way too much off your brain. Right on. It'd be like that. So in case you are wondering what we are doing right now and what we're trying to set up, so JSON API, right, as a particular standard is a way for APIs to go and essentially define their responses and their requests into a particular shape or form. So what we're doing here is we're now defining an extension on top of that that allows us to push through atomic operations, you know, add, removes, or updates in such a fashion that we can do them sequentially or individually, and with the ability to return particular objects with errors or some sort of just shape to ensure that our contracts are well formed and their behavior is defined and well respected throughout any sort of API that we might call or post into. And the other thing with this, of course, is that since these are particular operations that involve the manipulation of the underlying data, we have to make sure that these are rigidly defined so that way they are provided through a post or an HTTP post method, not a GET method, because that's how these have to be defined. So anyway, let's head back into here. So what we were just leaving off with, of course, was the building of a collection of them. And one of the things that we want to make sure that when we do this, is we need to go and make sure that our particular JSON structure follows the structure defined in the standard. So if you take a look, you'll notice that the particular standard here is just using the atomic colon operations and the atomic colon results, right? If either atomic colon operations or atomic colon results is present, the errors member must not be included in the same document. So we treat the atomic operations very much in the same way that we treat data, right? And the idea is that if data is set, if atomic is set, then we cannot set errors. So I like to think that it makes sense in this case to not want to set errors because of the way that we're trying to construct our atomic objects. Now, this is obviously going to take a little bit longer to try and define because there are going to be some philosophical questions that we're trying. Whoa, blank. Thanks for the 200 bits, but why? Stacy, thank you so much for the $10 donation to Girls Who Code. I appreciate it. What do you mean, yes? I swear my mods hate me. I don't understand what I've ever done to them to hate me. But here we are. The reference type. Any relationship that we want to define for an operation. What do you mean I killed your... I did not. That's not true in the least. Caden's innocent as far as you know it. Same with Lucy. No. Okay. Caden, yes. Lucy? Hell no. Stacy? Definitely not. Do not give Lucy credit here. Go and check the announcements in my DMs. Not my DMs, in my Discord. Boy, I will slap. Listen, you're the one who typed it. Lucy, need I remind you how many timeouts I have in Naya's and in Gar's chat? And in Ellie's chat. Actually, pretty much any chat where you're a mod, I'm guaranteed to have over 10 timeouts for, like, no reason. Lucy, am I wrong, though? Am I wrong? That's the thing. That picture that you posted in the Discord That proves more of my point, right? Am I wrong? No. You, Gecko, Kathy, whenever you get a shot, you just time me out. For no reason. I don't even know what I've done half the time. I'm just an innocent crow. You think 10 is bad? Our friend Bellamy has so many timeouts and Reed's chat that the bot just says 99 plus now. We added baby jail for him. No, I think I'm very close, if not over 100 in Gar's chat. We've gotten to the point where now even Cerulli just times me out. Surprised AG hasn't joined in on that gang, but to be fair, he has that cutie Smarwa and cutie Jish to time me out, so, you know, it'd be like that. Yeah, I know. Poor me. I've done absolutely nothing to deserve this, you know? Just a poor innocent crow. So we've gotten to that point that Saru's joining. Yeah. But Stacey. At least you've been innocent, kind of. Wolf, let's not go into this, shall we? Because the Phasmo scares say otherwise. We do not sympathize with the axolotl killer. Wait, not how you pronounce it. How I read it. What do you mean we don't sympathize? A, I didn't kill your axolotl. B through Z, even if I did, you're taking it out on me unfairly. 85 timeouts for Alu and Gar's chat. Okay, yeah, I am approaching 100, aren't I? Yes, Toy did. Who is Toy? I did not. You murdered. The server update did it. Thank you, Summers. I am emotional. Crap. The data that is contained in the operation. Lucy. 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 Lucy, I can build a bot that would just delete that. There's no context here, Lucy. Chat, if you're not in the Discord, I highly recommend you come and join the Discord. We have a lot of fun here, but my mods are also bullying me for, like, no reason. You know, I don't understand what I've done, so. But I turned my back for 1 second and you posted this, like, 20 times. What the hell, Lucy? Don't try, you girl, man. But Lucy, these are trying times. These are trying times indeed. I'm not deleting them, man. I'm busy coding. Like, y'all see my hands, right? I ain't deleting them. Oh my god. Stacy, not you two. Wait, do you not have the role? Hold on. Let me actually give you some power here. Okay, there you go, Stacy. It ain't my hands you're worried about? What? Lucy, this is a sponsored stream. We can't be talking about such things in the stream, you know? Streamer with no name, what's going on? Chat, look, it's our resident streamer with no name. Into another fruit? He was already a fruit. Monkas. All right, so that's that for that library. I can say, chat, I've thoroughly gotten distracted. Just look in the art chat. All right. Oh. Oh my god. Hilarious. Elu distracted impossible? Yeah, I know. What is this? Minecraft? Now, chat, something to keep in mind is that our resident streamer with no name, aka Reaper with no name, does stream. BT dubs. Wait, so if we have a streamer, we should do this. Thank you, Stacy. Oh. Oop, BRB bladder is screaming at you. Oh no, don't let it scream. Okay, so we got that done. We have this here. We're working on the extension. That's some good news. How are we doing on time? We're at about 2 hours. Okay. Pretty good. That's not bad at all, chat. That's what Andy said to Pog. What did I say to Pog? I don't remember saying anything to Pog. Don't let it scream. Well, I got good news and I got bad news for you. A, the server update didn't give Pog a chance. And B through Z, I didn't kill Pog. So there's that. Okay, so we have a public record here for a link. We have the pagination link. Doesn't blinking out of existence hurt? No. You did kill... I did not. You did not. See, I believe Luffy. My God. Stacey, remember when I rated Gid and we brought this to Gid and Gid was having none of it? Getaway was just like, no. you will You will not bring this to the stream. I'm incredibly reliable. Are you though? When you have a vested interest against me, are you reliable? All right, let's go and create a repository here, actually. License template, we'll do MIT. Get ignore, we'll do Visual Studio. An extension off of the... Maybe let's retire our swords and go live in a little witchy college. Ayo. Of the shared.json API implementation that allows for atomic operations over communications. Or allows for atomic operations. No crow. What do you mean no crows allowed? What do you mean? They get turned into pog food? Away from Alu's like, all right, listen. Listen, all right, listen. First of all, okay? Yeah. It would be very rude if Alu didn't deserve it. How can a dead thing have food? What do you mean if I deserve it? What do you mean? How do I deserve this? What did I do? I've done absolutely nothing. I've just been a cool, calm, and collected individual. The dead are ravenous when roused. I'm not going to lie, Reaper, I read that wrong, and I thought I saw that the dead are ravenous when aroused, and I was like, say less. Say less. What do you mean? What do you mean you need shady? What did I do? Man, I've just been cool. I've been cool as a cucumber, you know? All right. So now we got this here on Git, which is pretty cool. Hopefully we can actually get some progress made on this, because this will be a really fun library to actually start going through and implementing. Who are you going to believe, the lewd crow or you? Ooh, woo, little frogoo. Alu going to get banned from his own channel. Yeah, you right, Summers. Leave the cucumbers. me going to a grocery store with a poker face. Hey, I just need to buy some cucumbers, some ranch dressing, and a bag of ice. Oh my god, I'm losing the sponsorship. I'm sorry, HelloFresh. My mods are just bringing it out of me. You can see that it's not me doing this, right? It's my mods. Actually, real talk though, one of my favorite salads to make is actually a cucumber-based salad with peppers and toasted sesame seeds. And so you can do that and add a little bit of white wine vinegar, mirin, soy sauce, and then chilies to it to make it spicy. And sometimes I do add a little bit of burnt honey, but it's typically just delicious on that way. And then add some coriander or parsley and give it a little bit of fresh flavor, and then fresh grated ginger, and it's just so good. Weirdest thing someone bought when you worked at Tesco was about 10:30 p.m. marigolds, like those thick washing up gloves, and a big old... That's a lot. a lot to process there. It's a lot to think about, you know? All right, so soon this will be shared under here. So the omen.share.json API.atomic. That'll be really cool. But anyway, chat, so one of the big things that we want to make sure that we're encompassing, and one of the big things that we want to make sure that we're working with here is, of course, just the idea that me just there, like, have a nice night. Oh, no. Okay, so we got that committed, which is good news. I kind of like marigolds to flowers. I believe so. So we got this committed, and we'll be developing on this throughout the next week. We'll try and get this ready and all prepared and such. So that'll be good. One of the other things that we're going to try and do is we're going to go and try and polish this particular things off. And the reason why I want to continue to polish the JSON API implementation is because when we commit software, when we work on software like this, one of the big things we have to understand is that we're doing a continuous release of products, right? We aren't just doing a particular one and done, ready to go. What we're doing is we are just trying to continuously update and make things so much better. Destiny Soto, what's going on? How are we doing? So when we go and release a package like this, or when we go and release the shared package, etc., we want to make sure that our particular resolution, our particular products are constantly updated to a good standard of development. So that is why you'll see me continuously coming back to the shared project, to the particular sub-projects within the shared project, or to other areas, because it's important to maintain and it's important to keep up with some of the later standards, because there might be more efficient ways to do things. There might be more memory efficient ways to do things, and that's something that we should always work towards. And as long as we're not removing functionality, we should be fine. So why don't we actually go and open up one of the Blazor products that we're working on. Let's go and do the Magic the Gathering app again. And one of the things that we should be taking a look at here, and one of the big things that we should be taking away from here, is this idea that this is going to be a product. This is going to be an end product. It's going to be free, but I'm still calling it a product because it's a release that people can go out, download, and make sure that we can actually get somebody else to use it. You know, it is quite important when we go and release software like this that as many people can use it in pretty much any environments that they might see themselves in. And so one of the things that I've been working here on and working with is this idea that, oh, okay, what we have here, one of the big things that we have here, I didn't just jump into the conversation. We were already having a conversation, Lucy, but that's fine. You know, you can ignore that all you want. Jay, what's going on? How are we doing? Jay, I heard you got a haircut. I heard Jay looks extra nice. I don't know what I've done to deserve this kind of treatment, you know? Sally want to see Viking Jay? Always. Okay, so. Why do I have this as a string when I should really just have it as a char? Anyway, chat. Speaking of memory usage, part of our issue here is that our memory usage is, of course, way off the charts, right? And we don't want it to be that way. We want to conserve memory as much as possible because, as I've mentioned before, time and time again, the idea here is that this application may be run as a background Windows process. It may be run in a Docker container. Who knows where it might be run? But the point is that it will be run in an environment at some point that does not have 16, 32, 64, or more RAM, right? It could be, but we have to assume that it won't be. And it might even be best to assume that it could be run with under 4 gigabytes of RAM. And right now, if we go and we press play on this, well, first let's go and pull our latest changes, shall we? Let's go and fetch them. And just pull just in case. When we go and actually play this through, you'll see just how much RAM this actually uses, and we don't want to go through with that. Oh, Jay, you look amazing. That's a great haircut on you. Right, so if we go and we come over here and we take a look, you can see that it's just going off the charts, right? And we don't want it to do that because under 2 gigs of RAM, Jay is playing into Viking Heritage. Nice, Jay. But as you can see, right, we are going quite high on the memory usage. We're already at 1.5 gigs and still climbing. That is not sustainable for us, you know? And I get it. What we're doing here is, you know, relatively involved. You know, what we're doing here is actually going out, fetching a file, uncompressing it, reading the file, storing it into a SQL database, and then pushing it back through. Work with what you got, and Jay has receding hairline. Right on, Jay. Thanks for shouting out, Jay. So now that we have this all considered, right, we can go in, we can go and view things, and it actually doesn't look too bad, you know. These things are okay, but yo, Fade, what's going on? We can get a shout out to the Fade, please. Send in the video slideshow of Pog over the backing track in the arms of the angels. Uh-huh. Don't shout me out. Thank you for shouting out the Fade. But yeah, so where we left off on this yesterday, of course, you know that feeling Jay hair is going away? No. I should actually make myself immune to my own shoutouts. I can do it, I'm just lazy. Don't shout me out in my own channel. Good thing I don't have shout out clips enabled. Come on now. All right, we'll get to that later. OMG, yeah, that's chaos. Fair enough, Stacy. Oh yeah, Jay, you look great. You look great. This is what Jay is going for. I can see it. Very much so. Thank you for shouting out Lucy, by the way. Lucy does stream. Jay looks like Viking. Agreed. And chat, it is still here that I want to let you all know at this point that you can still use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. Highly recommend you go and check it out. So one of the big things, of course, that we're going through here, and one of the big things that we're trying to look at is this idea of memory usage. Because look, we're still at 2.4 gigs of RAM. And granted, this is in the debug mode, right? So debugger is going to use more RAM than the release mode, than the release configuration, and that's because there's some other stuff that it has to set up behind the scenes, and just the debugger actually, you know, it's not its own separate process. It is a process in and of itself that actually does take RAM. So we have to go and account for that. But still, let's say even if it doesn't use a gigabyte of RAM, right? That's still 1.4 gigs of RAM that this is using in particular. And if you're sharing this across on a computer with 8 gigs of RAM and somebody else has another tab open, or, you know, they're running other things behind the scenes, this can be a massive burden on somebody. And we don't really want to incur that on people because it's just not really a good thing to see. And we want to smooth it out a little bit. And again, as I've said, we are doing relatively complex operations behind the scene here, right? We are downloading files, we're enumerating through files, we're getting, we're converting these values into the database, you know, it's not like this is particularly simple. But maybe one of the things that we should be concentrating on, and one of the things that we should be doing here, is trying to figure out how to just make it that much better. All right? You had a similar company in London trying to harass you in London. When you ask them to leave you alone, use HelloFresh instead, folks. Well, so let's also consider this too, right? One of the other things that we're working with, and something that I'm also going to do here is I'm probably going to try and include some of the build information for this, because we want to make sure, well, we have the version info done, and the version info is pretty simple because all it does is it just displays the current date that it's built at. But I don't really know how much I enjoy that kind of versioning scheme. They wouldn't take no for an answer and would simply not leave you alone despite being obviously uncomfy. Yeah, HelloFresh was easy to just disconnect from. You actually have to do one of those DNA tests. Most of your heritage is the Ald Alliance. My heritage is unknown. Let's see here. We have this, and that's that. Did I really need to do it like this? Eh, whatever. Who cares? Oh, nice. I don't think I actually need that anymore. Jay needs to find small hair ties. I have a ton of them here, Jay. Scotland and France, for anyone who doesn't know. I actually didn't know. That's good to know. Use response caching. Your heritage is literally England. There's nothing else as far back as we can find, but haven't done a DNA. Interesting. That's pretty good. Is development or staging? Use developer exception page. Is there anything we can do to clean up here? No. Now, the other thing that we could do, chat, and this is something particularly interesting and something that I want to throw out there as kind of a hypothetical question. What if I told you? So Java, right? Java as a language and as an environment has multiple garbage collectors. Thanks for the follow on Twitter, SB Walker. I appreciate it. But Java has multiple garbage collectors. Okay, so it has the Z collector, or whatever that's actually called. It has a G1 GC. It has the parallel ref proc garbage collector, right? So it has multiple methods and multiple algorithms for the way it does garbage collection. Now, .NET, traditionally, we don't actually have to worry about this, right? Because the .NET garbage collector is essentially a one-and-done thing. There isn't really anything else we can configure with it. That's not exactly true. There are typically two different methods for garbage collection.NET. There's the workstation method, which is going to be the default for what we're currently doing, and then there's the server method for garbage collection, right? And right now, going through here on this particular application, we are set up to use the workstation garbage collecting method. But we could hypothetically switch over to the server garbage collector. Now, there are consequences to that. One of the consequences is, of course, download more RAM. Lol. Maybe I will. Actually, though, maybe I will. Well, it's 10:30 at night, so time to go outside by yourself to Tesco because the tourists are gone. Freeing up the managed memory. Yes, correct. Reaper. Stacy can't get enough of the old scene, eh? I don't know who that is. I really need to turn off friend requests. That's how late you were out as a tourist? Oh man, I was I don't know, as a tourist, I would stay out till like 3 in the morning and not really care. Anyway, so that is of course an option. Is we could change our garbage collection algorithm from workstation to server, okay? And while yes, that would enable us to in some ways more efficiently deal with our particular memory issues, right? In other ways, it would have a few consequences that we may not be well equipped to deal with here. And I personally want to avoid that. Now, the next thing, of course, is going to be this idea of just working with Indexeddb. So Indexeddb is this really cool idea on the internet. Well, it's not on the internet. It is on the internet. I mean, it's in the browser, okay? So Indexeddb is a browser-based standard. And the idea is to provide a kind of NoSQL, but SQL-esque data store, right? And so this is really cool because unlike local storage and unlike session storage, there isn't really a particular size limit to what we can do in Indexeddb. It's actually really nifty. And again, you can query it, you can set it up to work exactly, well, not exactly, but as close to a SQL database as possible. The consequence of using in Blazor is that none of the resources that are in Indexeddb or that could be stored in Indexeddb are available to be used until on after render when you're using Blazor server. Now on Blazor WebAssembly, that's a little bit of a different story, but on Blazor server, you cannot access Indexeddb until on after render. You might get lucky on a few things and they might allow you to do it, but overall, it is best to put your Indexeddb calls because it is, at the end of the day, essentially it's an on after render same level of interaction as a JavaScript API would be. Now, the other problem with Indexeddb is that it came around before the idea of like modern asynchronous programming in JavaScript. So it's a little wonky, even though that it is an asynchronous interface. It's a little wonky to use, but I think it's actually one of the coolest things to use in particular. Especially since, you know, we can store so many different types of objects here. We can have as many indices as we want to here. It is very well worth it, in my opinion, to go through and to use Indexeddb as a particular store. And again, the other thing is that we're treating it as a cache in some ways. Keep in mind, this exists client side. This does not exist server side. You don't want to know how many times you bumped into people who alight dolls slightly when walking the dogs. Uh-oh. Monkas. So, this is actually a really cool implementation, although what we're seeing here is not so cool, right? Because we're seeing this being constrained in such a fashion that we don't want it to be. And we actually want to make sure that this is much better defined than in here. So Also, peep the version ID 2022 731.732, right? Because we last deployed this at, well, Eastern Standard Time 1732. But yeah, there is going to be a good amount of stuff here that we can actually, work through, take a look at, and analyze. That, thanks to Indexeddb, we can actually do a little bit faster because it's cached on the client side within the browser. The other advantage is, of course, that like local storage, this is persisted across sessions. So, we go and, well, not sessions, but as long as they're within the same browser is what I'm getting at. Because obviously if we open it up in Chrome, it's not really going to work in Chrome. But if Indexeddb will work in Chrome, but it won't exist in Chrome for this particular thing, so it'll have to go and cache everything in Indexeddb fresh. So, but this will persist when we close the browser here, and when we open it up, Indexeddb and all the data in there will exist. That's one of the cool things here. The other cool thing is, of course, unlike local storage and session storage, which I believe have a 10 megabyte or a 5 megabyte, it's either 10 megabytes both have or 10 megabytes shared between the two of them for a size limit. Indexeddb does not have that. And unlike being just a string value pair, Indexeddb is, a string pair. Indexeddb is a little bit more functional in the sense that it can actually store entire objects without having to serialize them into strings. So I really like Indexeddb. It is a wonky API to deal with, and as you can see right now, we don't really have a way of retrieving an asynchronous stream from it, right? Because we still work with the task of iList and things like that to get back information from it that we would want to get back. But for now, I think this stands to be a reasonable approach to part of our caching problem. Now, going back, of course, to caching, we still have an issue with memory usage, and caching isn't going to solve that because caching is just more memory here, unless we do some sort of offset caching, like a distributed cache, for example, Redis. But, we can actually continue to work with that as well. So let's see here. One of the particular ideas / keywords, right? One of the other things that also we want to keep in mind is, of course, since we are working here with our particular setup, we need to keep in mind that, where is I going? We're having issues with RAM. Okay, and it's not necessarily a memory leak issue. Right? We're not leaking memory necessarily. We're just using a lot of memory. And this might not be avoidable. I think it is, but it might not be. The other side of this, of course, is, well, if it isn't avoidable, then how screwed are we? Are we always going to suck up 2 gigs? And we can test that, of course, by just, changing our configuration. I don't know if necessarily that will make too big of a difference, but we can also, just go through and test other things. The other thing that we're going to be testing here is, of course, just, I guess we should be doing some unit testing too. So it could be memory leak, could be inefficient code. What else? What if you run this in Chrome? Then you'll use 16 gigs from Chrome too, right? So it could be memory leak, could be inefficient code. What else? I don't think it's a memory leak, right? Because we're appropriately... So CSharp has this... You'll see me using it up here, right? Where it's called the using keyword. But if you take a look at some of the other things that I use it in front of, there is this syntax called a using statement. And in the using statement, all this is syntactical sugar for a try finally block. right? So try. That's all this is a syntactic sugar for essentially try resource dot dispose. That's all a using statement does. Or not really managed, but we'll just put a resource here. All right. All a using statement says is call the dispose method after we work with a particular object that has disposable resources within. So since we're using statement, and await using does the same thing just on a separate thread with the iasync disposable interface, but it's a very similar pattern that works out. So I don't necessarily think it's a memory leak issue because we're making sure to dispose of our resources effectively after we go through and use them. But I do think it's a matter of not just inefficient code, but also just this idea that, you know, when we're dealing with our particular ORM, so for example, Entity Framework, there's a lot of stuff that gets set up and scaffolded behind the scenes, right? So yes, inefficient code on our end, but also just an unfortunate consequence of using an ORM such as Entity Framework. When we actually go through and define what is going to be a particular how do I put this? When we go through this and when we go and define our particular set of information and when we go and define our particular usage for our ORMs, you'll see that when these get created, there's a lot of what's called change tracking attached to it, even when we do read operations, right? And that's because Entity is trying to make sure that no matter what happens to an entity, it is maintained in its own particular state. And anything that changes that state will be affected whenever we call the save changes method upon the context, and a commit will be issued to the underlying data. So setting that up is costly. But for certain things, we could probably avoid doing that because we're not actually, most of this is going to be a read-only operation, right? So for example, symbols. When we want to go and receive symbols from a particular card, right? One of the things that we could do is we could just say, okay, just go and get it without any change tracking. Pretty simple, right? That's going to be one way to go about it. The other way to go about, well, maybe symbols is a bad example because I think we get it from Scryfall, but let's go and take a look at the cards, right? So as you can see here, we're saying, hey, don't track this, all right? And don't do any of the tracking behavior. So that's kind of an optimization step here. And this is really nifty because again, we're making sure, hey, don't actually build up the change tracker here. This is read-only. We're pretty safe with this. And that is true. We're not making any changes into this particular set. There's nothing to track here. Now, a matter as to where we go and actually call as no tracking, that's going to be in a bit of a different story. Not entirely sure. I think here's fine either way because it's still an iQueryable, so it's still deferred. But again, as no tracking, right? And we can do that here. And we can pretty much do this, well, really anywhere. Anywhere that we see fit for a read-only operation. And that might save us just a little bit of extra RAM. I'm not going to say it's saving us a whole lot because it may not make an actual difference here, but who knows? I don't. I only know the basics for memory usage. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know everything about memory usage. Early stream? What's going on, Gecko? How are we doing? Get a shout out to Gecko the Ace. Gecko, thanks for the host. I appreciate it. You have Gar's lick emote. Can we get some licks to Gecko, please? So yeah, it's part of an interesting thing. The other thing that might be a little bit of an issue might just be the way we're telling components to be re-rendered. So don't shout me out. You won't be streaming much anymore. It's okay, Gecko. Alu keeps being lewd, like more than normal. That's because my mods bring it out of me. Can't help it. My mods are also very lewd. Blight Herder. So yeah, you might notice that again, not really any sort of reduction that we're going to see immediately, but he was talking about cucumbers and ranch dressing in your skin. Lucy. Not like this. Why are you whacking me? What did I do? Why do you also take Lucy's word for it? So who added me on? Where did you add me from? No. So chat, as a general rule for me, I guess this is important to mention. Otherwise, you're pretty honest, except when you. But streamer with no name, you are a streamer. Okay, so chat. A little bit of a side note. When it comes to the idea of me accepting friend requests on Discord or Steam or what have you, I don't, unless I know you. It's just as simple as that. So don't send me friend requests unless I ask. Which, whole different story. Wait, what? Animate spell? Oh, yeah, because it is animate spell. But look at this. Look at how cute that is. Anyway. So let's see here. Part of this is, of course, I mean, look, we're already at 2.3 gigs of usage, and if we run this in release mode, which we actually can do. Go build this in release. And then over here, you just got off work, your feet are killing you. Let's go into the binaries. Let's go into release. Let's come over here. And then we should, let me see, where did you go? That's the background. There it is. Okay. So now we should be able to go here. Oh, we're getting an error occurred in this. What? thought we solved this. Gosh darn it. Did we not solve it? Oh, almost time for an ad break. Almost time to go and get some food. There we go. We did solve it. 50. So let's go and check this out. There we go. Check that out. How cool that is. All right, so we got that solved. So this is a release mode operation, right? And so one of the things that we would have to go and check is we're going to have to go and check the performance for this. But chat, before we go and do that, we're going to take an ad break. I'm probably gonna run up and get a snack real quick, but before we do that, and before we proceed, I'd like to talk to you about HelloFresh, where you can use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. One of the cool things about HelloFresh that I've actually come to enjoy is the recipe cards. I think these are an invaluable resource. I mean, come on. Look at that. You can get a really cool recipe card with kind of an estimation for how it's supposed to look. And on the backhand side, of course, you get the recipe guide, which is particularly easy to follow. Let's come over to this screen, actually. This is a particularly easy to follow recipe guide, and you get all the information that you need in the serving sides as well. And yeah, I highly recommend it. It sure beats going to the grocery store as well. It is a particularly useful service too. Very easy to set up, very easy to just go through, and you never have to worry about, catching COVID at the grocery store when all your stuff is just delivered. And it's delivered in a pretty easy to open container, with a bunch of ice packs in it, or well, recyclable ice packs essentially that are particularly easy to dispose of too. And I enjoy the service. I've enjoyed the service in the past. I've actually used it, and yeah, I think it's a pretty worthwhile tool, because it certainly beats eating out. I mean, I've saved a lot of money by cooking at home with this, so I highly recommend it. But in any case, we can actually go through and actually place, go through and actually check out a bit of an order here. You'll see my account is deactivated here, but you can ignore that, because part of the idea is that you can go through, you can customize your meal pamphlets, you can go and choose your meals, and they have reviews here. You can see each one, set it to your preference. You can also just go and essentially check out how much you want to order, change your portions. I mean, if we go and like focaccia bread, right? We can go and add that. There's just so much that you can do. And again, I highly recommend it. I wouldn't be selling it if I didn't actually experience it and didn't actually go through with it and work with HelloFresh at a point in time. So that's kind of my spiel on it. And yeah, you can use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. It does help out a lot, not just to my channel, but it's a pretty good way to go about things. Anyway, I'm gonna go and grab a snack, so I will be right back. So let me get this straight, Lucy. You said that it's focusing on the Panda? Look, it's Kathy. Kathy. Kathy, I squeeze. All right, let's come back over here. Ah, no. Right. All right. So anyway, we were talking about working with this in release mode, and before we, after we went off, I wanted to go and talk about essentially how this is going to reflect itself within our particular parameters when it comes to RAM. So one of the things that you might not be able to see is going to be, yeah, I can't zoom in. So, but really what I have here, chat, is I have this particular, I is an emote now. Yeah, that's awesome. What I have here is Task Manager, all right? Maybe I can do fewer details. Nope, that doesn't help. That makes it worse. But what we can see here is that by running this particular bit of code, we're using about 1.5 gigabytes of RAM. Now, is this the worst? No. 1.5 is actually pretty respectable for the things that we're trying to do here, and this is also keeping open a console host, right? But the actual Blazor and the console host itself is only using 5.8, but the actual Blazor application itself is using a little bit more at 1.9, 1.6. So it's it ain't a cheap operation, but we can see some of our advantages here. And you know, this is again is in release mode. This is a pretty nifty idea, but if we were to try and run it into a constrained Docker container, for example, would we still see some of the benefits here? Would we still see such high memory usage? I don't know. It's not something I'm very well familiar with. I know how to run things in Docker. I don't know how to constrain Docker too much. So we still have some work to do before we actually go and release our first job here. So we've still got some work to finish up on. And part of what we're trying to work on here is now going to be some of the web development side with our particular formatting. That is going to be necessary. LOL, get wrecked, Kaggy, right? I did get some Cheez-Its as a snack. I do love me some Cheez-Its. Oh, Cells, what's going on? How are we doing? Even get a shout out to OCLs, please. Is there a reason you're being so mindful of resource use for this? Yeah. Because I don't want to use any more resources than I have to. It's also Blazor. The cute lewd gecko, by the way. Kathy, if I was about to inhale there, I would have choked on this Cheez-It. To go to the mold called Hip. Huh. I don't think I've ever heard of that. All right, let's go to Blazorize. And let's go and check some stuff out here in the tab component. Because what I want to do is I want to make sure that no matter what we do, what I want to make sure is I want to nut. No, we want to make sure that our particular tabs are, you know, constrained, but also just the way we want to keep them. You even went in 2 decent Chicago buses and you were stressing out to buy a pop? Did Osceols get a shout out? Can we make sure to get them a shout out, please? Thank you, Lucy. Okay. So maybe... God damn it. Now once I start eating, I can't stop. Okay. So first of all, I want to turn off the background service. So how do I go about doing that, chat? Does anybody remember? I thought it would just be as simple as just saying, hey, don't run it, but apparently not. Might have to do this. And then come down here. Do this. Okay. Go and see if that actually works out. That's not what I wanted to do. Kathy. Kathy, why? Okay, cool. There we go. Nice. So here's what I'm trying to do, chat. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it a little bit more responsive, right? Down to a certain point. So, for example, when we go and review a card, these shouldn't trail off, they should break. You know, that shouldn't trail off, that should break. This should maintain. So there's stuff that we want to see here. The other thing that I want to do is I want to get these stupid page size variables to actually work. I'm not entirely sure why they don't. Makes me feel dumb. We can actually go and check that out. Kathy Snite. Oh, man. Y'all are just going at each other. So we're going to have to figure that out, too. I might just hide the collection sign. That you were just viciously attacked by a frog? Oh, no. Oh, no, Stacy. So that'll be something that we want to go and actually do and contribute to. Is, well, one, we want to make sure that this is better aligned. So let's go and check that out in the other printings tab, because that's going to be in the card detail. Fucking ski attacking people again, right? So let's go into components and card details. And here. There's that card. Other printings here. All right. Board, margin. Hufflepug's maze. Yes, agreed. Border, background, column. Column size is 9 on tablet, is 8 on widescreen, is auto on mobile, right? So one of the things that we want to do. Oh, it's because I have it as a flex row. Hmm. All right, let's go and check this out then. Oh boy. There we go. Flex. That is a good question. I'll have to check that out. I'll check that out, Fade. Go to get bootstrap. Because you want to fight. All right, let's go and check out the flex box. Am small but scrappy. Maybe that's something else we should do. Align items. Oh, do you not have a wrap? Unclear. Stacy, why? Okay. So let's go and test this out then, chat. Because you could? Uh-huh. Hmm. Okay, that'll do. Now you see, that's the behavior we want. Okay, so chat. This is the behavior that we want. All right. And what I mean by this is if you go and you take a look at what we had before, right? When we got the screen to go a little bit smaller. Why would you one punch me? When we got your behavior, right? When we get smaller here and the parent container gets small enough to where it can barely fit, it'll wrap down into a new row. So you see that there? And it'll continue doing that. And this is the behavior that we want. We want to see this. This is exactly how we want things to go. Now, next thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that this is available on as many of these. This defines the responsive behavior that we want to see. So, also, the fade did bring up a very interesting question. If I open up 2 different pages, right? So, just because. And we go and do this. Yep. We see the increase in RAM, so it doubled. He made gecko mashed patatas. Nice. Violence, my favorite. Uh-huh. I do like this artwork. This artwork's hella cute. Yeah, it's a new instance. But I really need to turn that off. But if we go here, right? So we see that's at 683. And we go here. It's cached. Which is what we want to see. Uh-huh, laughing at my expense. All right. Let's go and check this out. Flags justify content between a line items stretch. 11 p.m. and it's still 23. Oh boy. We'll do wrap here as well. Because I think that's honestly what we're actually going to need to do. Nani? Nani? What's going on, Outsills? That's fine. You're still here? That's good to know. All right, let's go and run it one more time. You never left? I didn't think you did. right, let's go and test this out. There we go. That's the behavior we wanted to see. You see how it's wrapping underneath? That's what we wanted to see. So now it gives people on mobile a chance. It's been this hot the past week. So. Oh yeah, we knows. I get it, Stacey. Not we know. I get it. Okay, so now let's go and see the rulings wrap too. That's the way we want to see it. Although what I might want to do in Spain and France, but here it's like a violent punch to the face. I feel you. So what we might want to do here, is we might want to move. Well, no, I guess it's fine where the rulings are because there's that distinct barrier beneath them, but we might want to increase the margin in between that, right? That might be something to do. So rulings. We'll do that. And we'll do that. Especially in your town, coastal. Yeah, I believe it. Nice. Okay. That'll do. This is pretty nifty, actually. Hey, yo. How cool is that, chat? See how it shows up red? I guess you couldn't see that. But I think that works out pretty well. All right, cool. So we're getting the formatting down, right? And as we get the formatting down, one of the other things that we're going to have to go and get down here as well is probably going to be, again, trying to constrain some of the memory, but also... Oh. If rulings.any, all right, else display that. Nah, I don't really like that, but whatever. I hate the else keyword, chat. I try not to use it. You want to know something really fun about HTML, though? HTML5 in particular? Is that, you know how we've imported lazy sizes into this? Technically, we don't need to do that. You don't need else if you just add more ifs. True. One of the fun things that we can do is we can just do loading equals lazy. right? And that's browser-based lazy loading. How fun is that? So now instead of manipulating what we were trying to do with lazy sizes, we can actually just essentially well, go and make it work here like this. Isn't that fun? It was also 80% humidity. You want to take off your skin? I feel for you, Stacy. So yeah, there's many ways around this, and it's quite fascinating to me. Make it fluid as well. Why not? Why not? It did not help. I believe you. But chat, do you see how the images just pop in afterwards and then the cumulative layout shift happens? That's lazy loading. Now, I think something that should be done is in Blazorize, what we should do is we should just be able to have a lazy or loading attribute, right? And then just come off the enum with that. But this can also cut down on some of the JavaScript side of things too, which is always nice to me because I don't like JavaScript very much, chat. In case you haven't figured that out. The air was soup. Bad soup. So yeah, we can essentially just do this all day long. Doesn't matter how much you push the envelope, it will still be stationary. Is it wrong? I don't think a truer statement's been talked about. All right, so let's go and do that. And I do want to label these all as fluid anyway, because I do want their sizes to change at some point, right? Want the spacing around them to fluctuate and things like that. So it's kind of the idea. Someone asked you to name 2 vessels off the top of your head that hold water, and I was just like, well, damn. Hey, Lucy, we got Stacy here telling puns. What do you think? Why would you do this to me? The Titanic is a vessel, and it's holding quite a lot of water right now. Yep. What's blue and not heavy? Light blue. Sort of. Caggy, why? All right. My chat's got jokes tonight. My chat's got them jokes tonight. All right, so chat. Stacy. Chat, I'm laughing so hard right now. I'm trying to maintain character, but it's impossible. Oh, that's right. We can't release this until we figure out the paging issue. Silly goose. And you see, I didn't have to do a dang thing, now did I? Do async enumerable. So that forces the client side evaluation. Materialize. Okay. Man walks into a bar. Ow. Right. So a neutrino passes through a bar. Okay. Oh. Now I get it. Stacy, I am unfortunately a Schrodinger's flirt. Yeah, what's going on? Lucy, thanks for gifting that sub out to Hufflepugs. Hufflepugs, welcome back into the Omen Den. Hope you enjoy your emotes as well as your ad-free viewing. Thank you so much, Lucy. I appreciate it. And thank you for the support. All right, let's go and test this. We'll just go and purposefully clear it every time. There we go. Nice. All right, cool. So we figured that out. Now, honestly, there's got to be a better way of doing this. Stacy, I can relate to that. Perhaps a little bit more than I want to be able to relate to it. Part of the, let's say, part of the issue is let's just say I've been in the process of really getting to know somebody, if you will, and still going, hey, you sure you're into me? Are you flirting with me? No, just one of those. Just one of those things, you know? All right, if I move this, right? Come down in here with it. And we get rid of this. Your ex had a I heart and my initials written on his hand before we started dating and was talking to you about waving it in front of your face. You still did not notice. You were the only person in our grade with your initials and you saw it? Yep. All right, let's go and test this out. See if this works. Someone in another grade, maybe. Yeah. Can relate to that. Nice. All right, cool. Hey, yo, look at that. That's dope. Cool. My friends used to get furious with you because you were so oblivious and they would watch guys painfully trying to flirt with you. This is why you were glad you had been married for 4 years? Yeah. My friends get very mad with me too because I don't notice being flirted with at all. Like in any sense of the word. Since there's only 25 here though, do I really need to? Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, this is fine. You are also generally dumb when it comes to it. Same though. All right. Wait a minute. No, you're right. God damn it. Well, yeah, there have been, let's say, many a times where I have been in the process of getting to know somebody real well, and I've been like, you know, I'm not sure if they're into me. You will be Chandler. Simply, I'm funny. I will have lots of cats and call them my babies. No shame in the cat baby game, though. Actually, I'll cancel that. That's fine. Oh yeah, I already have that there. You want snakes? Snakes are cute. The cat, the dog, and the snake. Snakes are heckin' cute, though. It's him or snakes. Oh. How many snakes you got now? Sometimes it's a hard choice. Oh. You want a rat? Rats are also very cute. All right, chat. So I think this is all fine. I definitely think this side of things is good to go. One of the hard parts that we're going to deal with, of course, over here. Rats are best babies, right? Pocket puppies, agreed. This is fine. Chat, you see that emote right there? Stacy did it. Go check out Hufflepugs. Go Commissioner. But shoulder puppers, rats are just fabulous. I also like ferrets. I think ferrets are adorable. Actually, thank you for shouting out Stacy. You need money, so many people to commission, right? Stacy's art is quite lovely. There are so many. I know so many artist friends. I'm so happy. Hey, yeah, boy. Nice. You want rats? You want to call one Skaven and one Rat Demon? Damon? Skaven is a very good name. Rat Damon is hilarious. We'll keep that there. Go check out the global usings here. Blazorize using. A dumb one will be Rat Damon. You miss your rats? Aww. Okay. MTG using. Enumerations, extensions. Best boys. Man, parts of the song make it sound like my cats are fighting, so I'm a little scared, but whatever. Grab this. Hey, back, I'm Andy. You can't. You don't have the space for them, and also a dog that would eat them as soon as it sees them. Oh. Actually, no, we want to keep that there. You almost came home with both a gecko and a rabbit when you hung out with Daisy last. We went to Pets at Home. Oh. You've never been the one? Imagine coming home with a cute little gecko. Gecko, what are your thoughts on coming home with a cute gecko? Yes, bring you home. You definitely won't rip your furniture. Oh my god. Your thoughts on bringing home a cute gecko? You know, because you're a cute gecko, so I just had to double check. When it hits the corner, they get an idea, right? Okay, so we got that. That's fine. So chat, what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to extract some of our global using statements out of here, make it a little bit easier to work with, you know? Region, the omen done dot shared usings. Just trying to clean things up a little bit, make it look a little nicer. Region, mtg view dot data using. You right, Hufflings. That singular animal brain cell means you would have one this year. You know? Okay, so we got that there. That's all good. All right. Cool. I think all the models are fine. Jackie the cat, what's going on? You know, hatred isn't allowed, but can we talk about people who say in a bit and then do what you asked 4 hours later? In a bit. What's going on, Jackie? How you doing? What's going on, Jackie? How you doing tonight? Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome on in. You also spent like 7 straight hours coding. Right on. What were you coding? What were you up to? And that person, you have ADHD. If the task is not in front of your mind, you forget and hyper focus on other things. Me too. Gecko got shotgunned. Oh boy. That's not alphabetical. Gecko, what did you learn? All right, cool. We got that. Yeah, yourself. You just want to say something funny, right? Got me to chuckle. I think it was funny. Let's go to file scopes. Love that for us. Yeah, so all I'm doing now is I'm just cleaning stuff up, chat. If you're just joining, this project is a Magic the Gathering viewer, okay? It's not really affiliated with anything Wizards of the Coast or anything like that. But what we're doing is we're just making a Blazor application. You're working on the first ever Dart library for writing ID3 tags to files. You're very proud to be first at something in a language so big. Oh, that's awesome. That sounds fantastic. Because can we do this today? And I agree, but then hyper focus on something random as fuck and get almost nothing done. Yeah, me too. I do that all the time. So what we're doing here is we're just essentially displaying card information on a locally based area or based way, and just taking advantage of some certain just computer concepts and or CS concepts and things like that. For example, using things like Indexeddb, using charts.js, using Blazorize's data grid, because that's what this originally was intended to be, was just a demo for Blazorize, but then I decided to go and expand it on just a little bit more. We are still partnered with Blazorize, of course. I highly recommend you go and check them out if you use Blazor at any point. They produce a lot of really awesome components, so you know, we're still working on this, and we're trying to get this ready for a release, a staged release, obviously with some MVP stuff, so we're probably going to take out the collection features and probably the notes features, and we'll just leave the basic analytics, the card rulings, and the cards themselves. So one of the things that we might want to do is do that. And notice how it goes back to 0. We don't want that to happen. Gonna lurk now. Take care and stay safe, everybody. Love you all. All right, Gecko. Have a wonderful lurk. Yeah, so you see how this doesn't actually filter yet? That's part of the problem. So we'll try and get it to work that way. It is relatively unfortunate that it does that, but hey, you know what? We might just have to disable the filters as well. Yeah. And the only reason why it's not working like that is due to my lack of understanding for how to manipulate the filters in such a standard fashion. But, you know, again, not a whole lot else we can do about that other than essentially just trying to clean stuff up here and trying to see where it works, why it works, and why it doesn't work, right? And so part of that is probably going to be with how things are passed down into here. The other part is, of course, going to be just with how we want to essentially interpret part of our results. So keep in mind that everything that we get back comes back in this form of a data grid read event data args, right? And so all of the information that we could want from the data grid that we could retrieve at a point in time is from this, right? And so when we go to filter things and when we go to do certain things within the context of that, we are trying to essentially just bottle down into not just a data grid itself, but also how we actually want to approach filtering. So when we talk about filtering in Magic cards, right, one of the popular ways to filter down is, of course, going to be via color identity or just colors in general. But the other way that we're going to talk about filtering is going to be through mana costs. So when we go and filter through mana costs, and we actually go and do that here, we need to go and essentially just define a particular filter context / filter method in order to do so more effectively. And that's where I've been running into a little bit of trouble wrapping my head around it, but nothing too serious that we can't just honestly work through, right? And I think, chat, that what we're going to find is that by evoking things like, you know, trigger filter change, etc., pretty much anywhere a filter context is called, we're going to see that this in particular is going to be one of the more effective ways. Now, we can obviously turn on some of the things here. For example, if we wanted to filter on a card name, we could do that too, right? And we would just set this equal to filterable, right? And so now when we actually go through and we go and check this out on the card's page itself, you'll see and that the filter box is enabled here. And if we want to take a look, you'll also notice that we can't really type into here. So this functionality is somewhat like it works because you can see that we were able to go and filter off of something, but it doesn't really work because the text box name is relatively constricted. And we don't really want that kind of behavior. So we need to go and figure out how to adjust this in such a fashion that when we call text changed, it's not as constrained in this particular area. So that is something that we are going to actually have to research. And again, you know, documentation for Blazor Eyes is pretty robust. It's pretty good. So I think we shouldn't have too much of an issue going and finding it out. Let's see. 4 hours of streaming, not bad. And then, of course, the other thing that we're going to have to try and find and try and work through is just, again, this idea of making sure that our images load properly and our other things just work, right? So chat, I will see you in about 90 seconds. But if you're still with me and you aren't going on an ad break, I do want to take a moment to say you can use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. You're not here, you've gone to pee. Peeing, I hear, is good for you. So, you do what you gotta do. Thank you for the HelloFresh shout. And we'll do loading. There we go. Nice. Telling the browser to lazy load is a bit easier, Especially when things are out of the viewport. Nice. Make things load a little fast. All right. So part of the big thing that we want to make sure that is known here, right, is, of course, when you first log into this app, when you first go into this app, there is a dependency that's needed on SQL Server, right? And because of that dependency, we are putting ourselves at a relatively constrained environment in the first place. Because not everybody's going to know how to install SQL Server. So how do we resolve this issue? Well, one of the ways that I've been looking at is just by listing it as a dependency and saying, okay, as part of an installer, you actually have to go and install this product. Now, the other issue with this is, of course, when it comes to installing this particular product, it can be very confusing. And I do want to make it part of an installer, but that's the other problem, is that we have to figure out how to make an installer, right? So what do we mean by an installer? I mean like a .msi or .exe that brings up some sort of walkthrough menu that you can go through and just download a bunch of stuff like you do with most programs on Windows or on Linux or Mac. I guess it's command run or something along those lines, So that's going to be part of it. And then the other part here is just working, again, with performance, right? And so welcome back, everybody. And if you're just joining us, we're working on a Magic the Gathering app in Blazor. And did my change not go through? Wait a minute. No, it didn't go through. Strange. Oh, because it's slated for V2 of Blazor as not V1. That's fair. Anyway, chat, so part of the idea here, and part of what we're working on, is, of course, going to be this application that goes out to MTG.json, retrieves the compressed zip files that it has out there for various features of the Magic the Gathering card game, pulls it down onto a local storage system, so like a database, for example. SQL Server is what we currently have it configured to, but I'm open to just trying to get it to work under more options. MySQL, maybe MariaDB, maybe have some sort of cloud SQL database that everybody that wants to connect to it can, and then just have it refresh on the cloud side of things, and then just treat it like a Blazor server app. But there are many different approaches to this problem. And the general problem is what kind of hardware do people have? And I think that by limiting them to one particular solution, which is going to be SQL Server, simply because I know SQL Server the best, isn't really the best idea. MySQL is popular. Postgres is very popular. So it's going to be a matter of just trying to figure things out from here. onto what's going to be a good release candidate. So, you know, first releases are hard, right? Because you want it to be as bug-free as possible, but you also just want to get the dang thing out there, right? And I'm at the point here where it's like, you know, we've been dealing with this. We've been creating this for about the past 2 months, right? And it's undergone a variety of changes. There's been a lot of new complications. There's been a lot of simplifications. There's been the shared library that's gone through. There's been some of the other projects that we've been working on. And of course, the Yoma app, which I actually have to get done. Crap. You know, we've seen a lot of this happen here. And we've seen a lot of the onus being put on this very first release. And why is that if all we're going to do afterwards is we're going to continue to improve and add features and functionality? Well, it's this idea that when we go and release software to somebody, their first impression is important to capture, right? And so we want to make the first release good and the next release better. But the problem is we haven't really defined what good looks like when it comes to a release. We've defined what it probably doesn't look like, but we haven't really defined where it should be. I would say good is probably an operation that, you know, doesn't take a couple gigs of RAM to run. I'd say good is probably an operation with a ton more accessibility features than what we currently have. So when we go and we select different languages here, as long as they're within the translating, as long as we can detect the translations that are provided, as long as they're in that particular file from NTG-JSON, then we can display them as a language, and thus allowing us to get the foreign data for a card and translate into that particular language, right? Because again, one of the big things for me about accessibility isn't just that it's for disabilities, right? That is a great use of accessibility features, but it's also for being able to reach out across the world and make your applications more global so more people have access to them. And also, you know, much more friendly and worthwhile to use across the planet, because that is what software is to me. And that is what software accessibility means to me. So we have a lot of things here in place that can actually work out pretty well. We're using a relatively dyslexic-friendly font. We're using a dyslexic-friendly or a colorblind-friendly color theme, at least to the best of my understanding. We'll probably change it up a little bit more just to make it even more distinct. We have alt tags defined all over the place for screen readers. We have definite roles and control flows, and our ARIA labels already set. You know, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing here to try and make this particular app a little bit more accessible. But we also need to take the social side, the social responsibility here, and make it accessible across multiple different levels. And that's where some of the struggle is coming in too. I mean, keep in mind, there is also a chance, since this is a Blazor app, people might want to go and view it on their phone, right? I'm not saying they do, but I am saying that, you know, there is a chance that that could happen. And if you want to view something on your phone, obviously you're going to be looking for different assets and different structures for a page layout and how it's going to be viewed on a phone, right? And there's only so much we can actually guess on, but the rest we're going to have to essentially just go and port over into some sort of phone emulator or some sort of mobile browser emulator, or, you know, use an actual phone. So that'll be something that we look into as the months come on for this, and as the months come on for the Yoma app. So it's incredibly important from a fundamental level to go and make this work in multiple ways and for multiple different echelons of people. Maybe echelon's the wrong word, but, you know, it's multiple sex types, groups, multiple groups of people. So, part of our minimum value product, I don't think we can actually go and include the collection side, even though this would be a lot of fun to include. And I don't think we can actually include the notes, although this would also be very fun to include because we have this persisting in local storage. And I would love to include these here, simply because they're neat features. They make a lot of sense to have, and you know, sometimes you do just want to take notes. Now, should it be on a separate page? That's a philosophical argument, right? maybe it should just be a particular global modal for the app instance that you can go and add to across time. And same thing with analytics, right? Analytics is going to be relatively hard to actually work with. So one of the big things here is that why is analytics not working now? That's fascinating. All right, let's go to the analytics side and see what happened here. So, see, we're finding more and more things that are going on, and we actually want to go and make sure that the things that we're finding are easy to take care of and easy to fix. So, it is a bit disappointing, but also a bit entertaining / interesting to see these things happen, right? And again, Blazor being the platform that it is actually quite easy to navigate through and quite easy to get through when it comes to these things. So, you know, what can you do? I'm just a little bit more fascinated. So let's see here. We have this. Sorry, was not found. I don't know why it wouldn't be found, because I would think that it would be in here. But whatever. You know, we make do with what we got. Take pride in what you got. Get magic sets async, right? So we return that. We get that. That's fine. Get keyword data key by set. So that's fine. Uninitialized. Wait. Get magic sets async. Why is this here, right? Why is that there if what we should be doing? This. There we go. And this will no longer be static. Maybe that's part of the other issue too, right? Is that it was static? Oh no, I'm just spitballing ideas here. Because realistically, okay. I think realistically, one of the things that we're going to be looking for. Okay, so why wouldn't this work? Sorry, ODY was not found. What happened here? Who knows? It's still quite fascinating, though. All right, so we got that. Did we forget to load the sets in general, right? Async enumerable, yield return set. All right, let's just go through and see what's going on here. I have a feeling what it is actually something very easy to understand that's just simply going wrong. Count 0. Order by index, then by as async enumerable. All right, let's go and take a look at the sets configuration then. So that will come down into here. Configurations. Set configuration. So mtg.sets, right? So SSMS. That might be another issue too. That never actually saved, right? So let's come into here. Let's go into here. Go here. And we select the top 1,000 rows. Yep, it's not in there. Okay, that would explain more. Let's go and check out the background service, right? So we'll start this as the background project, or as the startup project. And we'll run it. We'll see what happens here. Because the hope here, or at least the hope that I have to see what's going on, is that we are going to make sure that we actually go and load the proper sets. And the reason why we want to load them is, of course, well, we need them for the analysis. And again, this is something that I want to take care of automatically for people who might go and download this and run it wherever. It is important. Replace cards, do all that. Deleting all the files. Okay. Let's come back into here. We'll go back in SSMS. I don't know why I ever exited, but, you know, we do what we gotta do. And we do this, and we come over to the Magic the Gathering database, go to tables, and we go to sets, select top 1,000, and it's still empty. Now, why might that be, chat? Why might it be empty? Anybody want to hazard a guess? My hypothesis is that we're not actually, you know, trapping the information that we want to trap. So let's go into downloads. And we have sets here, right? And this should contain all the services. So that's fine. All right. So obviously we can't search on what isn't there, you know? So let's see here, chat. Let's see. Go into core and go to mapping. Let's go and create a magic set Excel map. Okay. And we'll do this, and we'll do that. Okay, and then not card map. What is it called? Class map. Magic set. Cool. So now what we should be able to do, we should just be able to go grab these. And just do essentially what we had before, right? So we go and set up a CTOR. And then we would do, what is it? Map. So this is essentially what we would do. Okay, so let's come back here. Grab this. And I'm pretty sure that's all we have to do. All right, because now it'll be the map, magic set, and then it'll be magic set dot. Find that. Place with that. Cool. Nice. Okay, so now we got that there. That's fine. So next thing to do. Oh, dang it. Dot name, right? That's what these all are. Yeah. Okay. Work smarter, not harder. Oof. All right. There we go. Block. Index ID, base set size. I mean, here's the other thing, though, is that I could just do name of. But I'm very lazy, chat. Okay, so now we got that. Partial preview. So we go and do this all the time. Nice. We got that. Nifty. Replace sets service. And then .csv. Okay, cool. We already have that there. So the rest is going to be essentially copying this and adjusting it for sets. Magic set. Cell map. Nice. Cool. So we get rid of that every time. Nice. Magic set. There we go. Clear sets. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Cleared previous sets. Nice, nice. Truncate table, context dot sets. Finished update process, starting database update process. Deserialize CSV to sets. Okay. And we'll do this here. New class, which is going to be this. I replace set service. And this will be deserialize CSV to sets. We won't pass in the file name here. This will be a public interface. defines methods for deserializing and manipulating sets within a context. Cool. All right, and then go into the extensions. And scoped, I replace set service, replace set service. Okay, so we got that there. That's fine. All right, and then we'll come down here. Consume set service, stopping token. Private async task, consume set service, cancellation token, or stopping token. Await using var scope equals services dot create async scope. Var scoped processing service equals scope dot service provider dot get required service. Or we'll just do this, chat. Deserialize. This will be I replace sets. Okay. Cool. So that works. That all lines up. All right, let's see if this is wired up. Oh, crap. Where's the cleanup methods? CSV. Okay, so it will delete them all. Nice. That's good news. So it'll go through, it'll delete them all when we need it to. All right. All right, let's go and test this bad boy out. Maybe we get lucky. Okay. Hey, let's go. That's not the one. This is it. You didn't want to stay well and not catch what your mom has. What do you mean? What? Are you sick now? I'm sorry, Caden. Can we get some hugs to Caden, please? There we go. There we go, chat. That looks better. That's what we like to see, chat. All right. That's some good news there, chat. We love to see that. That's how you know it works. That's how you know that's that good right there. Okay. So let's go and get rid of some stuff. Just relatively lazily. And then we'll push this up and we'll probably get out of here. Because I'm sure you can tell I'm starting to feel a little bit of that fatigue. Because your boy still has work to do. He's still also very, very tired. All right, let's come back over here. Card symbols. Okay, we'll get rid of that. And we'll get rid of this. Let's see here. Private bool task bool. Does database have cards? Await. And if it does have cards, then we don't want to hide the rest of that. We just want to hide this. Okay. So let's see. Does that work out? Oh, that's right. We want to take off the filter stuff too. We'll go and get that for the next release. Filter. Does that remove it? I don't remember, chat. Okay, it does. Cool. So the filter stuff is there, but just not there currently. So that's nifty. All right, cool. Love that for us. So we got that. We got that. All right. Then let's go. Let's see. How do we want to do this, chat? First, we'll commit it off and we'll say something along the lines of gets the project ready for MVP as well as adds. Oh, we can't commit it. Sorry. I was a little premature. There's one reason why we can't commit it. Here's 3 more. Cool. So we got that set there. Perfect. So we're coming through here. Get application ready for MVP and re-enable background services. Through IP, personal collections, and note-taking apparatus. We'll push that out to the universe. There we go. Next thing to do. Let's see if we can publish this off to Git. Or do you want to publish today? Okay. Let's see how this looks, chat. And then we'll just go and put it there. And we'll tag it with a pre-release. This will be the first time in a long time that I've deployed something to Git. So let's come here. Still building. What is the most current version that we have here? Let's go and check out. And go and delete the logs. Properties, version info. Okay. Wise one, what's going on? Initial alpha release of MTG View Blazor. What's going on? I'm doing all right, you know, just vibing, trying to get this package out. We're going to see if this will actually qualify as a pretty good release. This is a very alpha build. Might use up a ton of your RAM. Also requires an instance of SQL Server running / installed so it can create databases via migrations. So let's go and see. We're tagging this as much as possible. Mm-hmm. All right, and then we'll go and catch that. Oh, whoops. Can I go? I think I can do this, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Compress to zip. All right, we'll see how long that takes. But anyway, chat, so what we're doing now is we're just compressing this down into a zip file. We're gonna go and post this all on Git, and we'll see how this works out for us. Maybe it'll work out well, maybe it won't. I don't know. It really depends on how massive the zip archive is. I don't think it should be that large, but you never know. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, though? Sheesh, what's in here? All right, there shouldn't be anything that nuts in here, you know? All of our files were deleted. Yeah, they were all deleted, so it shouldn't be that bad. Oh yeah, been around for a little bit. Wise one. But chat, speaking of being around for a little bit, did you know HelloFresh has been around for a little bit too? You can always use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE13778 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. Highly recommend you go and check out HelloFresh. They give you some awesome little recipe cards in the mail every week that you can go and create recipes too. It certainly beats going to the grocery store, which let me tell you, in times like this, with monkeypox and COVID out there, any less human interaction that you can do, probably honestly the better. So, highly recommend you go and check them out. Plus, it's very convenient to go and get stuff delivered to your store. So, MTG View, me own that MTG View. Oh crap! I don't want to include that. Or maybe I do. Who knows? Really, though, it doesn't really matter because, again, the whole point here is that we want to essentially go and make sure that we're correctly informing people of our stuff. And we want to make sure that we are, of course, correctly informing people of what's included. So maybe attaching the zip file is not the worst of any world, but I don't know. I don't want to reveal all the secrets, but of course I also don't want to keep anything too hidden. And another reason why we're doing this on Git and not on NuGet is because this is a full level application, whereas NuGet is where our packages go that we actually want to implement. So we'll probably be very sparse this week in streams. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to shape up. I've got a lot of stuff going on over here personally. We've got a lot of work to do. We have a lot of stuff to do in regards to just simply moving. So you'll see my whole stream room actually change, because I think I'm actually gonna, in the new place, I'm actually gonna go and set it up a little bit better, so as time goes on this will change. There we go. All right, chat. So let's go and publish this pre-release. Nice. See, god damn it, I always get so confused. Do I include the source code, or does the source code automatically get included? Right? I'm always so goddamn confused about that. So let's come back over here. Let's go and check the actions and see what happened here. It's still building across all 3 major platforms, and yes, I am moving Wise One. Moving about 400 kilometers away from where I currently live, so it's a little bit of a hike, but nothing too bad. This one already worked, so that's cool. Yeah. So it built on Linux and Ubuntu. Nice. Built on Mac OS. Cool. Thanks, Wise One. I appreciate it. And it should be building on Windows. So as soon as it does that, this should work out quite well for us. It does take a little bit of time to go and verify the build, but, you know, it's installing dependencies, so we can see that and set up .NET 6. Nice. And this is one of the cool parts about watching Git actions, is that it's a pretty good build indicator. And obviously we've seen this build before too, right? We've seen our projects come through, and this is going to be our first real full-scale application that we've done. But I still wanted to mark it off as something that is a pre-release, because it is indeed a pre-release, and I'm not releasing anything as an official release until we until we actually get some of our collective stuff together, you know? There is a lot here going on. There is a lot indeed that we need to go and fix. And of course, within this idea of fixing things, there is, of course, an even bigger notion that when we go and release this, it should just work, right? You should just be able to double-click, run it, and have no issues. And unfortunately, it's not in a state like that now, because as we've seen, there's still some issues when it comes to collections. There's still some issues when it comes to the note-taking apparatus that we wanted to set up. So we need a way to go and make sure that this application just works. And then the other side of this is, of course, it's also very limiting into who can run it, because whoever can run it needs to have a SQL Server instance set up, and that's not very easy for a lot of people. And we're not even talking just like basic SQL Express. We're talking SQL Server, right? Now, I granted the two may be a little bit more compatible than I'm giving them credit for, but still, the point remains is that we're constraining people dramatically for their database storage. And we don't want to do that. So the next thing that we're going to try and work on is we're going to try and essentially get a particular configuration to demonstrate that, hey, you can also use MySQL. You can use Postgres. You can use things such as MariaDB, or hell, you could even host it up in Azure. But that's kind of the idea behind our next steps here. So this is a demo application. It is available now. If you know how to run it, you'll be able to run it. Otherwise, stay tuned for us to continue to release more things. There is, of course, a lot of work that we have to do, and there is a lot of code that we're going to end up writing over the next few months. So stay tuned around for that. And also, as a bit of a note here, let's go over to this screen because we are done coding. A bit of a note here in terms of future schedules. Number one, on the weekends, I'm going to try and be streaming around this time, around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or earlier. And then weeknights, of course, we will still be streaming probably around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, maybe 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This week, my schedule is going to be a little bit wonky. So we'll go and see how things work on that end. But again, for the most part, one of the other things that we do want to see and we want to make known is we are raising money for a couple of charities. The one is going to be Mermaids. You can join by looking at the Tiltify link on the lower right-hand side of my screen. And you can go and donate to them. Mermaids is a charity in the United Kingdom dedicated to trans, non-binary, and gender-questioning youth. I highly recommend you go and check them out. It's a cause that is near and dear to my heart. And then the next charity that we're raising for is Girls Who Code, because the more people that are exposed to software of all genders, of all types, of all groups of people, the better our software and the more worldly our software can be. That is the whole point. That is the point of accessibility, right? So that is our goal. And then, of course, you can, as usual, use my link or go to hellofresh.com and use code POGSE1377 for 16 free meals across 7 boxes and 3 surprise gifts. But anyway, thank you for joining me in the Omen Den tonight. I've been Alu. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. And from the Omen Den, well, actually, let's go and talk about our raid. God damn it. I knew I was going to forget something. All right, let's go and talk about who we're going to raid, chat. Who are we going to raid? Let's go and raid Ceruli. We love Ceruli here. So we're going to go and raid Ceruli Cat. Ceruli is a friend of the channel. Highly recommend you go and give him some love. Our raid message is the Comfy Caw raid with any sort of love, comfort, and pride emotes behind it. Because we want to spread love, comfort, and pride wherever we go. And that is the whole point. Go spread that to him. Again, we love Ceruli here. Check him out. See you next time. And from the Omen Den, have a good night.